Hello everyone and welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio Space Age, and for a rather impromptu Friday night stream because, well, I didn't have anything else going on, so I thought it'd be fun to play some Factorio. I might have been getting minor withdrawal symptoms, who knows. So yes, I'm still out here on Vulcanus, where at the moment we've got some robots buzzing around attempting to finish off my railway line here, which is winding its way through the lava fields, attempting to find narrow places where I can get across, and that is kind of working. We're waiting on one more rail support there, and actually that's about it. And then I think this rail will be finished. Then I still need to put in a couple of stations, top and bottom, and then put in the loading and unloading systems. But things are coming along quite well. And if you're watching the stream on Wednesday, you'll remember that I went out here and I popped a number of the demolishers. So I've got myself a bit more territory available. Most importantly, including this 3 million tungsten patch down here, which is now on the railway system, and therefore I can start claiming it. So that's good. Let's go in and actually I don't know why I'm switching over to person view. Right, let's go in and make a couple of stations. That's going to be a little bit tricky because because I'm running out of space along here for my mall area. It's run into a lava patch, which is very unhelpful. And that's why I've had to squeeze a couple of things on the outside over here. But, you know, we're making some sort of progress. So, what goes into a station? Let's have a quick look. It's iron, steel, iron sticks, and green circuits. So that does need to go in the middle. I'm making sticks here, but they're not going to be able to reach. This is all very unhelpful. Maybe I should just start another another mall thing up. Oh, I don't know where. Suddenly there's lava everywhere. The other possibility is to start trying to put down foundation like this, and build over the lava. But foundation is really, really expensive, I discovered. It's something. What is it? It's stone, okay, fine. Tungsten plate, we've got plenty of that here. But we'd have to ship in carbon fibre, lithium plate, and fluoroketone. The carbon fibre are not too bad. The lithium would be annoying, and the fluoroketone would be very annoying because I'd have to barrel it and ship it in from Aquilo. So let's try and avoid doing that and see if I can sort of sneak these belts. Oh, I don't know. Where do I want to go with them? That's the question. Because this whole area around here is very lava-y. I could possibly get them through up here. If I remove one or two of these machines making the low-density structures, I could probably bring there's 4 belts along the top and 2 along the bottom. I could bring them up here. I'm avoiding bot malls not because they use power, but because I have a pathological hatred of them. Basically, I don't like doing bot malls, so I'm not. It's just that it doesn't feel like the right way. I don't like them doing them basically. So therefore I'm not. So there's a couple of choices. Well, actually, there's a few choices. One is to bring them all up this way, which would do quite well, and it could come up along here and then possibly over into this area. Another possibility is to put it over on the other side. That's not unreasonable. And just start a second part of it, a spur of it going off over this way. That's actually very tempting. That'd be quite easy. Another possibility would be to start another one up here, or to build an abomination system instead of having all of these machines along here, just to make everything in a single wagon and all that sort of stuff. But I think let's go with the building it out the other way. So we'll start off with, well, basically this, and we'll flip it horizontally and put it in directly opposite, and then worry about just trying to line everything up afterwards. That shouldn't be too hard. I'm going to leave a decent gap though, because the bus might well expand, so that'll probably do. There's quite a lot of room for extra stuff in there, because there's going to be more science packs coming through here eventually. So what needs to go onto this bus? I don't seem to need blue circuits, which at least generally don't seem to need blue circuits. So we'll worry about them at a later date. Over here we have iron, molten iron coming in. So we'll have a pipe there. That's 4, isn't it? Yes, that's 4. Gap 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, and again there like that. Oh, thanks for the resub, Johan. Much appreciated. Good to have you around for still and for even longer and all that sort of stuff. Thank you very much. 27 months, nice. And yes, a Friday stream because, well, I was getting withdrawal symptoms basically. I was going, oh, I kind of fancy playing some more Factorio, but it's not a Monday or a Wednesday, so I can't. But oh, it's my channel, I make the rules, maybe I can, and all those sort of excuses. And it didn't take me much convincing to get myself to going, yes, actually, you know what? Why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I play some more Factorio? It's what it's there for. So I am. Here I am, yes. So it's red circuits and, okay, there's the iron plates coming onto this one as well. So we'll feed that in there like so. Lovely. More roboports would be a good idea, it seems. So I'll put one of them in over. Let's put you in here. Because then you're sort of gridded with those two. So I think that's probably all right. That'll build the rest of this. So that's those two. I've got steel coming in along the bottom, but then I've got steel coming in along the top as well. So green circuits are coming in next, and they're joining in with the cogs that we can see over there. So let's put in another bit. Actually, you know what? Let's do this here. If I put that there, then I can run the belt up here and then down and in here like that. And it can run across here like this. And then join onto there as well. So that's my circuits. That's my circuits and my cogs. Lovely. That's going well. And then over here I've got more things that are going well. We'll deal with those in a minute. I don't think that's going to need to be an underground because there's a lot more space to the north. Then we're having got another two machines that are feeding in steel and copper cables. Fair enough. So we'll take a copy of take a copy of that. Why not? There's quite a few other things happening in there that I don't actually want. So we'll remove those momentarily. So this can come over here and clips in there. Lovely. I don't think I'm piping that through, whatever that is. And I don't know why that's going underground. So that's the first belt above. Now, do I want to have let's stick with 2 belts above, 2 belts below for now, and then expand it out as required when things start to get awkward. So an assembly machine would go here on this sort of design scale, and that means this belt will come along here, like that, and then we can bring another thing in round the top as and when we need to. Oh yes, and I should probably bring in the copper as well. That'd be useful, wouldn't it? So bring that across here like this. Boop, join it on there. Lovely. And having some power around would be nice as well. So I guess I'll drop in a substation there. Right, so so the reason I'm doing all this is because I need to make stations. So we need to make iron sticks, and then we need to make stations, which is iron, steel, iron stick, and green. Why are you not making cargo? We've not got any. Oh, okay. That would help. So that's going to be the iron plates. That's going to be the steel. That's going to be taking the steel out again, and then we're putting a green chest here because green chests are easy. And we want green circuits as well, so that's an inserter in there. We're going to need power for all this shenaniganery. I'm deliberately putting this in 1 square down from the. Actually, no. Let's put it in here, because then if we do end up expanding further, there'll be room for. I'll be able to get any inserters that are above here as well. So this goes along here like that. That'll power all of this, and we tell you to run, connect to the logistics network, and run until we have. I think. Stations are cheap, so let's have 20 of them. It's nice and easy. And I'm going to need another roboport because I've already got outside the range of the first one I put in. So put that one over there, and I guess that means I need another substation like that. Right, and there we go. That should now allow me to make a suitable quantity of stations. Why you said okay? You need that in there, and you also need that there. Okay, is there anything else we're missing on this planet? Where are we? Vulcanus. Yes, we're missing rocket silos. Now, I have been making those sort of individually, one at a time, with sort of bringing stuff over by robo system to here, which is a bit rubbish, I will happily admit. So I think it's now time to start doing that properly, now that I've got a slightly larger mall area, and also, you know what, let's start using the proper assembly machines. So we're going to make, if we make a roboport, if we make a rocket launcher there, we're going to need to make electric motors there, which means we're going to need to make petrol motors there. Let's do it in the opposite order though. Let's make the. Oh, I'm going to need pipes as well. Actually, let's not. Let's do it in this order, because there's a reasonable chance that the next thing I want will need pipes. So we'll make pipes there, then we'll make petrol engines here, then we'll make electric engines here. I'm going to need to bring in lube. That shouldn't be too difficult. I think we have lube on. We must have lube on this planet because we've been making them before. And then I'll make a rocket silo here, which is a rocket thing, not surprisingly. That requires pipe as well. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all of that, I'm going to cut, I'm going to flip it horizontally and put it back in again like that. Because now I can also pass pipes along here, lube and concrete and all that sort of goodness. So for now, I'm going to do that. We're also going to bring concrete in and have that on the bottom side of this belt. So this is going to be a belt of concrete and pipes, which comes along to here. And then I'm going to play a quick game of what else do I need to make all of this stuff. Yes, I need iron for that. You need gears and steel and pipe. So we've got pipes there, we've got gears there, steel there, and motors go that way. Actually, here's a better idea. What if I do this? We'll put the concrete somewhere else at this point, and then you can put your motors on there as well, because they're bound to be needed at some point along here, I feel. Well, at least there's a decent chance of it. I could almost quite appreciate removing electric engines as well, but we'll see how that goes. Let's put these in the middle, it just looks slightly nicer. What? No. Put that back. Misclick already. Right, so all the way along there. Right, so we still need steel. Fine. Steel is easy. Steal it from there. Electric motors, yes. Pipes, yes. Blue circuits and concrete are the remaining things. So I guess we could bring them in on the same belt. That feels like a fairly sensible thing to do. So bring that through, cut that there, and I can put a splitter there. Bring this across, and it goes. Oh, I missed by one. So that's my steel. Do I have vanilla basic normal concrete coming up here? I don't think I do. I'm making it down here in small quantities, but I'm sure I was making it somewhere else in big quantities. Yes, up here. Here we go. So this should go over here, I think. Then this can flow this way, under there. We appear to be using a red belt here for completely unknown reasons. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, where's my next space on my bus? It's here. Okay, so I'm going to bring the concrete down here, it looks like. There's a lot of stuff in the way here. Let's move you across one. And you up into there. I don't know why there's a random rogue inserter there. Let's get rid of that. And you, move you across to there as well. In fact, all of these, if I move them all across into here, then if my bus ends up making its way down here again, then at least we've got them out of the way. Something got unplugged. Okay, that's fine. So where was that concrete? That's up here. And let's get the belt in the right place. To here. Right, so there's a nice happy concrete supply. I'm going to empty this box here because I think I want to have concrete available up here because we want the rockets to be able to take it away. But I think I think doing this makes more sense, having the concrete available in this box where it can be grabbed. So that's concrete coming down all the way down here, not quite far enough. Comes down to here, and then we'll split it off. This is in the way again. All right, we'll just barge rudely through the middle of the bus here. So if I put that there, it means I'm going to need underground belts at some point if and when these come together. But when I use more of the bus, but never mind. Can then bring this up here like this. Follow along here, under there, and then we use the magic of underground belts like this. Now, none of that is needed for this particular build, so we can pull all that out. And then I put a splitter in here. That's those being fed in there. And then I can put another exerter like that and a green chest there and tell this to run, connect the network like so. And I would like some rocket silos, please. I would like there to be, let's say 5, because I do feel there's a lot of expansion happening on this planet. So building a decent number of those up is probably going to be a good idea, TM. I'm not sure why I've got iron plates on this belt here. Where did that get screwed up? I'm not sure, but let's remove all of that, tidy it up, and then we can have things working. Lube would be good over here as well. So here is lube. Here is lube being made. Okay, pipe comes up here and to here. Are you at maximum? You're at maximum length. That's unfortunate. I have to do that then. What else should be in this row column? Nothing. Okay, so I could just move the lube across to here. It doesn't get used anywhere above or below. So do that. Oh. Nope, this area is full already. There's too much stuff on my... My bus is overused. Alright, I guess we'll come up to here and then go through here. Yeah, that works. It's annoying that this isn't quite long enough to do two bus sections. Also, I'm still doing buses as 4s, which is maybe unnecessary, but oh well. Right, there we go. That's going to bring the lube in for the electric engines with a couple of little bits of extra pieces of pipe like that. And now we should be able to make those rocket silos. That's going to be nice. We can get these finished off because I want to start shipping red science out from here by rocket, and I'm going to want to start shipping green science out by rocket as well, which is the next thing on my to-do list. However, first I think I need to get my train systems up and running. So we'll have some unloaders. Actually, we're going with 4 unloading, 4 inserters on each of these, I think, because it keeps things neater. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'm going to need to fuel the train there and there. So we need to bring some fuel in. Haven't decided what that's going to be yet, but we do have rocket fuel on this planet, so it'll probably be that. And then down here, well, I want this to go decent. Oh no, we want it to go decently quickly. That means chests. So I'll put chests along here to unload into, like this. And then more inserters. Let's do a bit of copy paste because it's a lot easier. There we go. There, and there. And then we can have the belts coming out from here like this. Going into doing a merge first actually. So we'll do that. And then we can put it into a splitter like that. Because we're only going to get one belt. We're only going to get one belt in total coming out of here because my current demands for tungsten are not that high. The main reason for having all of these belts in here, all of this throughput available, is to ensure that we don't run out. It's just to keep the system running, rather than because I want to have it all available in the short term. There we go. And there we go. And now this comes over to here. And goes in there. And then we turn around this entire belt. And upgrade it as well by the looks of it. Which, you know, I'm not even mad. I think upgrading this to blue is probably going to be a good idea. I don't think we need anything like that sort of level of throughput at the moment. But I also think there's no harm in it. Blue belts are cheap enough on this planet, I reckon. Oops. What? No. What happened here? Whatever happened, it seems to be fixed. Stop being weird. Oh, it's probably because some belt's been the wrong way around or something like that. I don't know, to be honest. Then this can come down here, along here, and explode, excuse me. Right, then put one of these in here. That splits the belt nicely there, and then this can go this way. And there is still some tungsten coming through. I don't know where that tungsten's coming from, but it does seem to be. Oh, it's from when it gets pulled up out of rocks being wrecked. Fair enough. So if I pull you out and put you in there, then that'll get that working. Now, as I was saying earlier, I do need power out here. So let's put that there and there, and then I need to move these in one each because they're slightly too far out, but that's fine. Can do that easily enough. And then I'll put this in the middle to bring the power across to the station. Lovely. So that's my unloading station. That'll dump the tungsten ore out. It can all be cooked into the metal parts over here. If I could have my belts pointing in the right direction, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you very much. And yes, we are feeding the supply for the entire factory through this tungsten steel smelting area first, but never mind, it's probably all right. Oh, and I need another roboport in down here. Like, that is probably okay. So this train is going to be a two-header. So it's going to move relatively slowly, but we're probably going to be fueling it with rocket fuel, so maybe that'll make it all right. We shall see. Now, where is rocket fuel? Rocket fuel is made in here. Here it is. Here's the rocket fuel, and it's being shipped upwards along the bus here. And I was going to say things. Oh, things are crowded here because that needs to be blue circuits being passed through there. That's slightly annoying and unfortunate because this area is very, very full at this point. I guess, and I don't really like this very much, but it can be made to work. If I do that, and then a long underground like this, then I can bring that over here, and then down here like this. Okay, under those things is fine. Then we get to here, and things start to get a bit messier. I think I might need to move the orange science production. Partly because all of this is really, really in the way, but also because there's only 2 of them, and that's not fast enough. So maybe I should just do that now. So it requires both types of tungsten, and I've got tungsten triangles going up here, and tungsten plates going up here. So it would be pretty trivial to put in another science production system over here with a quantity of foundries. Where quantity is significantly more than we've been having before for other things. Significantly more than we had before. So put in 6 is a number, and then if we get you to do the orange science, it requires molten copper as well. Okay, that's not a problem. Do that and that. She doesn't even need to be that far out. It can be that far out. And a pipe like this, and a belt thus, and an inserter like that. Right, oh, and on the other side, an exerter like that, and a belt like that. I can now copy that. Boop. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a spare because fail. And then this belt simply gets the 2 inputs that we need, one of which is right here. That's too tight. Put that there instead. There we go. And where are the triangles? Triangles are going to be down here. Here are the triangles. Okay, they are all the way up here. Nice. So that's going to be easy enough. We'll just bring it over at this level. And, oh yes, power. Power would be useful for this sort of thing, wouldn't it? So I'll put a row of... Okay, I'll put them along the top then. Yeah, top works. Where are my pylons that are going up the middle? So there's one in here. And I can put then here and here. And there we go. That'll start producing orange science, which goes onto a belt somewhere. Oh, it's this belt. Like that. And, oh yeah, this, and then link this onto the copper. That would help as well. Copper is here. And link in like that. There we go. So that's, oh, and that. There we go. That should be everything I need, hopefully. So now that means I can safely come down here and remove these, remove all of this, in fact, without feeling guilty. Where's this going? Okay, that's the belt that I've just started stealing from, but surely this is feeding onto the same belt, is it not? It is, yes, there we go. Okay, so I don't need to worry about this. So in fact, I should cut this here and then let this run and use up all of the all of these Wasnamia more on here. Ha! Sorry, Dave. Yes, I started a little bit early because I was overeager. Yeah, it was. I feel slightly bad about it, but only slightly bad. Yeah, I haven't done a huge amount yet. I've just started building stations and things. And yeah, building a 6-wide bus feels wrong because you get started when you've got the yellow belts and you cut, so you just straight up can't. And then once you technically could, it just feels a bit dirty, and I didn't want to. So yes. If these machines could just, hurry up a little bit. In fact, you know what? Let's make them hurry up by dumping some speed modules in them. Get all of this dealt with, and then we can move on and move on with our lives and start doing other things. So that will eventually get the train parts over here. I apparently don't have any train bits. That surprises me a little bit, but only a little bit. I didn't put any in one of my. No, that's not the one. It was the icebreaker. I didn't put any in here that I then forgot to unload, did I? No, there's no train stuff in there. Or my density? No. What else comes out here? Tango. No train stuff there. I could come back to the density though. Let's call some train stuff up here because I think it's going to be a lot easier to just bring the train bits over because I don't expect to need a lot of trains. So if I ask for how many locomotives do you get in a rocket? 5. All right, let's bring over 10 because at the moment I'm using double header trains, so that'll allow. No. Go back to Norvis. Put that in the right place. There we go. Stay at Norvis now, please. Get the train. And then what happens? You get 5 of these. So we're making 5 trains. There's only 20 of these for the same size train. So we'll pull those up. Then we can get rid of the passenger present request, fly over to Vulcanus, drop the train down from there, and rather than faffing around with trying to make them out there, which isn't going to be difficult, but it feels a little unnecessary given how few of them I expect to need. There'll be this one for tungsten ore, then there'll probably be one for coal relatively soon, and eventually maybe I'll need one for need one for the other thing. Need one for calcite as well, but I think that's going to be quite a long way off if I do. There's a huge amount of that available. Okay, there's my locos. How is my sciencing? Not at all. What do I want to research? I have no idea what I want to research at this point. Could do another artillery shell range. They're really expensive. Let's finish the steel plate productivity off, since apparently I started that. Mining productivity, that's not too expensive, and that's always worth having. Asteroid productivity sounds fun and useful. Railgun damage sounds fun. I'm sort of looking for things that are around the 8,000 mark, like electric weapon damage, mumble number. And yeah, let's have some faster robots. That's worth having. Sure, railgun speed, why not? I can't do that. I can't do research productivity yet. Sure, let's have physical... okay, let's not, because it's full. Available on the planet 3. 4. Oh, okay, they're being built, and just to only very, very small numbers. Why have we got so few of those on being made on Norvis? Probably because I generally don't need 20 train pieces at a time, so I set small numbers and then never came back and increased them because it didn't matter to you at all. Just having... Here we go. So down here, you're running until... I see. Fine, we'll do that then. So a few more. Not that it helps for now, but it'll help in the long run. Is my science sciencing? Yeah, that looks like all the labs are going to me. I took a sort of glance. And we've jumped up to 321 science per minute, so that's pretty good. That's a lot less than people have been talking about in Discord recently, but it's still not too bad. Density. Oh, there we go, there's some more wagons. And I've got 20 of them, so now we can delete that. Head over to Vulcanus. Head over to Vulcanus. Okay, there we go. I can remove these 2 requests, and I can unload these. And then when it arrives, it'll just automatically drop them. Great. Hello, Sophia. Yeah, Friday indeed. Well, you know, I didn't have anything planned for the evening, and I was having cravings and wanted to play some Factorio. So I thought, you know what, I'll just break all of the rules and play some Friday Factorio, because why not? I'm in charge. Do what I want. Okay, get rid of all of that now because it's in the way, as previously discussed, and therefore all of that. And that, and that. All of this is just completely unnecessary now because we're not doing the science down here anymore. I have found something better, TM. So I also don't need this, or this, or this. Ooh. This. There we go. So we can get a bit more tungsten going through there. And I don't need this, because this is the belt that the orange science used to be on. So, no longer. Delete, 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 delete. And that. And then all of that. There we go. Alright, so free up a load of stuff there. How did the stream end? Well, yes, I did. I managed to liberate a little bit of territory. It turns out that the railgun is absolutely comically lethal against the demolishers. They pop like balloons when you shoot them in the right way with it. It's amazing. I may have laughed slightly hysterically when I discovered just how effective it was. Because yeah, I'd been expecting them to be not necessarily difficult with end game weaponry, but I hadn't been expecting them to be quite that trivial to wipe out. So I was pleasantly surprised, should we say? Where on earth am I going to... Let's bring the rocket fuel through here. And let's not switch to arbitrarily to blue circuits, blue belts, because it won't actually... Well, it'll help, but, you know. Wait. Where is my infrastructure? So that yeah, okay, that's correct. There's a pipe in the way. Damn it. Okay, let's try... Yeah, here looks better. Right, that can go in there. Then we've got rocket fuel coming out over here. I'm just going to do a green underground to get past all of this stuff that's going on around here. So we'll get underground there. And then pop up here. Okay, that'll do. Under there, and then through here. It's getting a bit spaghetti, but, you know, that's what we get. That's how we... I want to say that's how we like it, but I might be lying. I can run this down here. like that, and that. There we go. So there's my fuel for my trains. When this spaceship arrives, we should get the train parts down here, and that should allow that train to start. Well, to at least be built. I'm desperately hoping that this locomotive is going to be in a position where this inserter can chuck rocket, can fuel it up. I'm not certain, but I'm cautiously optimistic. Okay. Meanwhile, in the past, I mean at the other end, we need to have a similar sort of shenaniganery going on here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Excellent. Take out some of these spares. Like that. And then chests all the way up here as well. Some copy and paste would have been a good idea along here, actually. I want to say I haven't properly internalized copy paste, but that's absolute nonsense. I've been using it for ages. I just forget it exists sometimes. I know that isn't a perfect split, but for loading up a train like this, that's absolutely fine. I don't care. And actually, these should be, come to think of it, these should all be blue splitters, because you never know how fast things are going to be. Then over here we have belts coming from here, like that. There, and then there. Right, so, oh, and power. Right, that should be now a loading station for the train. So once it gets built, we can start pulling the tungsten from down here and ship it all the way up here, and then pump it through here and make it into jolly tungsten-y things. Right, so you have presumably fueled properly. Yes, you have. How about you? You fuel properly. Excellent. I'm glad it's worked. So I should name my stations. So I've only just dropped them. I've only just placed them. So this is going to be a tungsten ore drop, and the other one is going to be tungsten ore pickup. The liberated tungsten ore pickup. It's about 3 million, I think. Yeah, 3 million tungsten ore down here. So it's physically it's not that big, but it's quite deep. There's a decent amount there. This one up here was less. The one that was in here, I think, was less than 1 million, and it's in here, and it lasted me quite a long time. So I'm cautiously optimistic that I should get a decent amount out of this one. We shall see though. I might find I'm being far too optimistic. Tungsten ore pickup until full, and then tungsten ore drop until empty. Go. Yeah, so we might find that it doesn't that it depletes fairly quickly because we're using tungsten a bit faster than we were before. At which point I will need to go out and find more tungsten deposits. In fact, I should probably put in some radars around. Well, if I put in a radar, I've got a radar down here, so it should do a bit of scanning. So maybe by the time I need more tungsten, I'll have found it. If not, I can always just come over here and buzz around and have a bit of a look myself and see what I can find. Right, why are you not making rocket silos? Because you're not getting blue circuits, because I forgot to put in an inserter. Or concrete, for that matter. And electric motors are taking a long time to produce because that's a slow process. Okay, I need 200 of them. It's one of those. This is one of those things where I wish I'd set this up 2 months ago, and then I would always have enough rocket silos for expansion and production. But c'est la vie, we did deal with what we've got rather than what we wish we had. So we'll just need to leave this running, and eventually we'll have made 200 electric motors, and it'll be okay. And I suppose I could put speed modules in them, and that will get the whole thing running a little bit more quickly. Yeah, mate, pulling a short out of the first worm I popped would be quite entertaining. That's a good idea. So let's do that and that. Get them happening a little bit quicker, because that is very much my limiting factor. I could put in more machines on the other side, making more motors and making more electric motors and pumping them in as well. But I I don't think it's necessary, really. And oh no, hang on. Every quarter of a second, so they are running at the same speed now. So that's a little bit better. Okay. So one of the things I did last time was set up red science production here, because red science is produced entirely from copper and iron, and therefore making it on this planet is completely free, because we have essentially, I was going to say essentially unlimited copper and iron. We have run out of copper once again, but it is free. All I need to do is put in these schlurpomatrons, pulling the lava out of the puddles and pumping it into these pipes, where it can then be made into copper, but apparently not quickly enough. You seem to not be working. Oh, okay. This belt is full. Okay. I guess I need another. Well, we've got a disposal belt running down here, dumping it all into the lava, and also making large quantities of landfill out of it as well. So how are we doing for that? We've got quite a lot. So what I think I might do here is go. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 machines that are working happily. So if I go counting along from here, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 on that side. I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I'll turn this belt round at this point. Run it along here and along to here, and then just start chucking that into the lava as well, because I don't think we need that much stone. So having this in here to dispose of the stone that's coming in from over this side will be quite useful. I might need to put in additional copper foundries somewhere else. Probably just along the top of here, to be honest. What's this belt for? Oh, this is the belt the tungsten was coming in along. So we can get rid of that. And that. That. I kind of feel it's worth tidying these things up a little bit, because then you can see where you can just merrily rebuild without having any problems. However, we've now run out of tungsten completely. Is the train training? The train's not training because we don't have any steel chests. Oh, for goodness sake. Or here, for that matter, either. Okay, that's a really obvious thing to be missing, so let's go in and fix that. All I need is a box there, belt there. One of these was not a box, but you know what I mean. Tell you to make steel chests. Tell you to run until we have 50. They're built really quickly, so I think just making 50 of them is going to be absolutely fine. Then we'll just clear those out like this, and I'm going to make these go under all of this stuff, because it just gets it neatens everything up and makes it feel easier when I come along to put more stuff in later. So yes, there we go. We can now miss a bit apparently, but never mind. There we go, and a bit there. All right, so we're making the chests, so that should get things running reasonably nicely. This has stopped as well. Oh, because the copper shortage. So, yes, that's cleared that out. So the thing I was talking about then was I was saying, right, so what I would like to do is have another row of these copper machines. Machines making copper. This one's making iron for some reason, which is a little bit bizarre. I thought the iron was... Anyway, never mind. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in 10 of these across about here with their own stone disposal. In fact, no, let's start at the other end. Let's not, there's lava in the way. Let's start here. And yeah, that works. Boom. So put that on there and tell that I want it to make nope, I wanted to make, where is it? Molten copper from lava. There we go, that one. And then I can link these in with pipes like that, as with the other ones. And same here with pipes like that, and oops, like that. There we go. And I will need a calcite belt running in and a stone belt running out. So I'll learn my lesson from... Oh, I'll move these up one, like that. I'll learn my lesson from last time. The calcite belt gets used a lot less than the stone belt, so I'll run the calcite belt in here, like this. If I do that, yes, no, it's not quite as excellent as I was hoping it would be. All right, we'll do this slightly differently. There we go. That goes there, and then we put in a splitter there, belt there. Right, so now we've got calcite will flow in along here, so I need a red inserter to load it into there, and then I need a green inserter to remove the stone, which will come along this belt of arbitrary length, and then nope. I probably could dump it into the lava here, but it feels wrong. I'm going to put it into the lava slightly further away over here, where it's going straight into the side of that lava patch. So there we go. That's going to be my. Oh no, I need lava coming in at the top as well. So we need to run another pipe across the top. Then I just take a copy of all of that. I can put this in here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now the eagle-eyed among you will have noted that won't be that will have a problem with this because after 5 of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, will have too much stone coming through for it to work properly. So at that point, I want the stone on the near side. So we'll remove that. I want that to go up there and there and there, and then we put in the inserter there instead. And that should work once we get the lava up to it. So lava currently is this pipe up the middle, across the middle of here. There's all kinds of stuff in the way because of course there is. Nothing is ever easy because I'm building with afterthoughts. No. Nope, can't do that. Oh, I could if I did that. There we go. That should get the lava through. It's a bit spaghetti tangled, but which splitter did I need, Mike? You're probably right, but it was a little. I was too busy concentrating on something, and I didn't catch what you pointed out. Oops, these are all the long way around. There we go, and out comes a nice steady flow of stone. I've got that the wrong way around, haven't I? What I should actually do here is that. There we go. Fail. Poink. Right, so now we run into a problem where this inserter isn't fast enough. Sure, of course we do. Splitter in circuits. You might well be right, but I don't know where you're referring to, I'm afraid. Oh! Yes, I need a splitter here. You're quite right. Because that's how we get the concrete over to there. I don't know if that's the one you're referring to, but that's definitely one I do need. How are you getting on? Right, so you've got enough of that now, you're just waiting for the concrete, which is waiting for this to be put in. Right, so there we go. We've got tungsten coming in here again now, which is nice. That's how we like it. Down here we now have a full copper pipe again. Excellent. So that should mean that the science packs up here that were having issues before are now running again. We don't have enough triangles coming through, so that's another thing that is going to need to be boosted. And also we're playing catch up quite severely with the rocket fuel, so that's going to take a while to get back to standard. But oh well. It's going to take a while to fill that back up again. So these things are inadequate. A large part of that appears to be due to the belt that's feeding the ore in. So let's accelerate that because I can easily. That should speed that up a bit. And then maybe at some point I should start bringing in stack inserters as well. But we'll see about that. Okay, so that's now coming along here twice as quickly because we're still feeding it in with the yellow belt here. Actually, you know what? There's only a little bit of it that we're feeding in with the yellow belt. Upgrade that and we'll now triple the amount of tungsten ore coming in here. So that should make the triangles a lot healthier. The triangle supply a lot healthier, rather. We'll come back and look at that again in a bit. In the meantime, this seems to be working reasonably well. Train is sitting here trying to fill up. Okay. So this mine is not as fast as I thought it was going to be. I don't really know why not. However, it is just trying to fill up enormous amounts of buffer at the moment, so it'll probably catch up. For unknown reasons, these wagons are full. Is it not unloading properly at the top? No, seems to be. Okay, I don't know why it's unbalanced then. It should be balanced. Oh, I know why. Actually, it's because these belts are longer. So when it ran before we filled up these the chests, we had quite a lot sitting on the belts up here than on the belts down here, but not that much more, surely. Oh well, it'll sort itself out eventually. We've got a balancer here. Once we've filled up all the buffers, then things should calm down a little bit, and it should be all right. Probably. And for now, well, we have some coming through. In fact, there's a splitter here, so you know what? We might as well make this into a side balancer as well. Just keep it flowing out at maximum speed. There we go. Even when it starts to run a little bit low, or gets a bit unbalanced, or anything like that. Okay, so that should kind of basically mostly sort of work. Where am I? Yeah, triangles. We now have. Yes, we have a steady yellow belt of them coming up here. It's not enough to keep these happy, but it's reasonably good for now. So we'll go with that. The next thing I want to do on this planet is start making. Ooh, we've got one of these in now. That's nice. Is start making green science in larger quantities, because green science is also made from just from very, very basic ingredients, the iron and the copper. So this one, absolutely trivial. Copper and iron gears both come straight out of a foundry. We can make a bajillion of them. Great. These ones not quite so easy. We've got the transport belts, which can also be made in a foundry. Although apparently you still need gears. You don't just make them out of iron, by the looks, probably. But still, we can make them in a foundry, and that'll make them nice and quickly. But we will also need the inserters, which you can't make in a foundry, so we're going to have to do those in assembly machines. But that's okay. We can have some assembly machines turning plates, gears, and green circuit into science packs. So this is going to require some thinking about numbers. So I'm just going to put some buildings in and then have a look at their numbers and go from there. So we're going to have a Lost and Foundry that's going to make probably the gears, I guess. Then we're going to have another one that makes possibly more gears. We're going to make cables and I've forgotten already. Oh, belts. That was the other thing. So if I select you, if we have you making belts, it is still it's still just straight up from the ingredients. Okay. So we'll have another foundry here, taking in those ingredients that are made by these two, and then making the actual belts. So you're going to do belts. You're going to do gears. You're going to do plates. How are they for numbers? So that's going to produce 6 per second and 3.5 per second, 3 and a bit per second. This needs 8 per second of each. So these are actually quite a long way out of whack. If I want to run this at full speed, then I'm going to need 2 of these and 1 and a bit of these. So maybe have 2 of these and 1 of these would be a good sort of balance to keep everything sort of reasonably happy. But then that's going to be producing 24 belts per second. And it's how many belts per science thing? And it's only 1 per second. That's going to be enough to produce 1 logistic science pack per second. I'm currently producing over here. These are making 1/4 per second, and there's 28 of them. So that's 7 per second. So this will be spectacular overkill. So I think what I'll do is I'll leave room for an additional one down here, but I'll call this enough for now. In fact, actually no, let's not. Let's just put that in, and have these all feed up into here. A better idea. Let's put that here. That can feed in there. And then we can run the pipe around the bottom here. That works quite nicely. Then we need to make inserters. I'm making 24 belts per second, but I'm probably not going to run at quite that speed. I think probably more like 7 per second is more than enough. So making inserters, well, if I put in an assembly machine, and tell it to make inserters, it's going to make them at 2.5 a second. Okay, so 3 of these will be sufficient to make my inserters. And they're going to need an input of gear, and to do so, they're going to need 7.5 of each of those per second, of gears and plates and circuits. So that's, call it 2 of these and 1 of these. It's not quite in... No, let's not call it that. Let's call it 3 of... 2 of these and 1 of these with some speed modules. So we'll also want to have 2 machines making... so I have another one making cogs and another 2 making plates. Like that. This is getting quite tall and makes me wonder if I should put it the other way around. We'll think about that in a moment. But also I'm going to need to make electronic circuits. And again, it's one of those. Yeah, so again, it's 7.5 of them per second. So if I put in an EM plant and tell it to make greens, then that's going to be producing 6 a second, which is not quite enough. So again, I'll put a speed module in that to make it go a little bit quicker. But that's going to require 4 plates, which is slightly more than one of these. So again, a speed module, or 2 speed modules, and 12 copper cables. So have you making copper cables? That's 12 a second. That needs 12 a second, but it's going to be slightly more than, but I can balance those with speed modules. Okay, so that's pretty good. But once again, I need to put this where all of those can reach it. So if I put you there and put you there, then all of that can... Though... Hang on. No, those two are for this already. So I actually need another 2 of these. There. And then this goes here. Right, so that's a ludicrously tall construction. So I'm not going to do it quite like that. What I'm actually going to do is take all of that and put it like this and feed the iron all the way, molten iron all the way along the bottom of there. So I can put that in like so, and then put these in somewhere in the middle. We'll worry about that in a second. So along here we've got that's feeding out to go onto a belt to go to there, like that. No, it isn't. These are feeding out onto a belt to go up to these machines. So how fast am I making these? 6 per second. Okay, that's easy. That'll easily fit on a belt. So if I put this belt here, like this, then I can put these here. With this running along here. Need lots of inserters along here. So we're going to need gears onto that one, plates onto that one, plates into there, cables into there, circuits coming out here, and then inserters coming out here. Have another belt coming along here. No, that needs to come down. Oh, okay. This comes along here past there, and then back along the top. Except I'm going to need a lot more. No, I'm going to need a lot more room than that because there's going to be a lot of assembly machines along here. So I'm going to, what did I even say I was producing? It's 7 per second. Quarter per second. Yeah, 7 per second. So an assembly machine making the next stage up of the green science packs, yeah, it takes those 2, and you're making 0.2 per second, so it's 5. So I need 35 of these machines, and my plan is to have capability to put in beacons later, rather than at this stage before anyone asks about them. I will eventually be putting beacons in for these systems, but not just yet. Or at least I want the capability to put in the beacons later to make it all faster. Let's run that over to there. How many is that? That is 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 36. This is a large construction. But then this is what you get when you accelerate your science productions, I suppose. I was going to say I should be putting productivity modules in them, but I think I decided I actually shouldn't, because when you've got free resources, it's just a waste of power. Hello, Madman. Welcome. And hello, No Guard, as well. The hot rails are doing pretty well, actually. They have started transporting... No. They've started transporting stuff, and we now have tungsten over in the... tungsten being brought in from the new patch. So, yeah, I'd say things are going pretty well. And then the belt flips around, so I need to do this again. In. And then copy again. Paste, 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 paste. And that should now, let's look at that belt for sake of confusion. Right, that should now be able to build everything that I could possibly want. I just need some power adding as well, as usual. And some roboports, actually, come to think of it, because it'd be nice if it actually got built. I'll put you there. That's probably going to cover the entire thing, isn't it? Nearly. Okay, now I can see where to put that. There we go. And I might as well put the next ones in, because they're going to go there and there. Okay, so that's going to be... Oh, inputs of metals will also be very, very useful on this place. So that's my iron input, which is this pipe here. Oh, I'm a little bit low. Never mind. And then copper up here. Where is copper? Here is copper. And pipe there. So that should be able to produce green science at the same rate this is producing red science, which is about I think it turned out to be about 7 a second, which is a fairly arbitrary number, but it's what I built up to. And at some point in the future, I do need, actually, I know I need to put in a few speed modules in here to balance everything properly, but it's pretty damn close. Then I can run that over here to the to this rocket silo somehow, probably. He says optimistically. Let us try. Probably punch through into this area and then wiggle my way down. That might be the easiest way to do it. Down here. Okay. Are you happy over here? No, because I haven't put these inserters in. That would be useful. have to admit. Oh, and actually so with these. There are many, many inserters missing. Right. No, slightly. Well, no, that's all right. It'll be okay running off just that. In fact, I forgot an enormous number of my inserters. Let's put another one of those in there. Are you guys fast enough? I'm not convinced, so I'm going to put some more of these in. Is there a... Yeah, there's a belt inserter missing there. I've missed quite a lot of inserters on this build. I'm slightly appalled at myself. But, oh well. A couple more of those would be a good idea as well. Okay, the inserters are not making it all the way through because they are currently starved of green circuits. They seem to be running fairly steadily. This one isn't. This one is starved of green circuits. Right. So over here, you're absolutely fine. You need at least one speed module. So let's give you one of those. And now we've got these ones using up green circuits 2.5 each. This is going to be producing them at currently 6, but it's going to be 6 plus the percentage from that. So 7 points. Yeah, there we go. It's more than 7.5. So that should be all right. That should be all right now. And it's using copper cable up at 15.5. That's making it at 12. So you need one as well. It's using up iron plates at 5. You're making, yeah, okay, that's plenty. Over here, you know, I'm going to move this inserter to there because it felt like this one wasn't quite outputting them fast enough, but this one was. So sticking it in there, it should be able to play with all of them. That seems to be better. Belts have been made more than fast enough because we haven't been making the inserters fast enough. But now we hopefully are. Yeah, it's pushing through. It's getting. I was going to say there are more machines making science packs now, but actually that doesn't seem to really become the case. Anyway, no matter what, we are making these at a decent rate. Now I can put in inserters down here to load into rockets. In fact, I think I better have some boxes in here, like that, and then inserters, so we can load the boxes and then load the rockets. So there's always a buffer because we're going to be sending up multiple rockets worth when a ship arrives. Oh, and we need to actually make the rockets as well, don't we? That would be useful. And put in the productivity modules because rockets are expensive. And using things that we don't have in particularly large quantities on this planet. Oh, and power as well, apparently. Power would be useful. There we go. So now the ship that comes here, the Tango, could be set to request many different types of science. So we can get the orange, and we could get how much is it? It's 2,000 per row. We get 3,000. We get 3,000 of each. Here we go down here. Let's get 3,000 of those. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Maybe we'll get 2,000 of each because I don't think 3,000 of each is going to fit. 2,000, 10 stacks, drop you down to 2,000 as well, and also green science 2,000 from Vulcanus. There we go. So it'll fill up with all of those, bring back over here, and then I need to put in some more additional cargo counts over here. Item count, red science equals 0. Green science equals 0. And then these should be ores, but can I trust it to always have enough ammunition? Probably not. So let's put in some additional conditions. Item count, ammo is greater than 500. Apparently, I reckon is enough. So greater than 500, and another item count of the same, ammo greater than 500. And that one goes up with the red science like that. So now we're doing if we run out of that one, run out of that one, or run out of that one, and in every single case if there's enough ammunition. So it'll leave once it's reloaded the guns and it's picked up enough ammunition. And it's got rid of all of its science packs of one type. Then it'll also come over to here and fill up with and wait till it's filled up with ammunition and satisfied all the requests, which is the 3 science packs. So that should work nicely. That should get us all of the science a slightly cheaper way. So now we see we've managed to fill up both of these rockets, so those are ready. We haven't built the rockets yet, but we're working on it. And then we're gradually just filling these boxes up with science because we might as well. And if we have a look at the production graphs, we should be making those at about the same speed if my numbers have been correct. And they probably haven't, but if they have, then we should be. And no, we're not. We're making the logistics ones a bit slower because that hasn't worked quite as well as I had hoped it would. And we're making the orange ones much, much slower. But that's sort of okay because we're using them up. We're not always using them up, so they shouldn't be under quite as heavy a demand. So is that because, yeah, the inserters aren't making it all the way through? They very nearly are. I could put in one. No, I can't put in one more machine. I haven't really left space for it. I'd need to put it in this gap here, and there's only one. I could put in another machine, but no, I think we're running out of gears. Is that the problem? Yes, we are. So this machine also needed a speed module. I had a feeling that I'd missed one out, but I wasn't quite sure. So over here we're trying to use 7.5 gears per second, and over here we're making 6. So yeah, chucking in an extra speed module in there should be absolutely fine. Boink, like that. Now we're making 7 and a bit more than half. So that should there we go. Now we should have enough gears. We should have a few more inserters coming through. So that should nudge the amount of quantity of green science we're making up a little bit further. Oh, true. I could pull some of the gears out of here. Now, full chat. This is going to be using 8 gears per second, and this is only producing 6. However, yeah, you're right that we definitely aren't using the belts as fast as we might be. So yeah, I could have done that, but now it is now sufficient. Honest guff. Just occasionally, yeah. All right, let's put in an extra gear unloader there, just to get a few more coming through. Might as well. There we go. Now it's just going to be this machine making them all, but I don't think that matters. So now that should be, hopefully, a steady stream of inserters coming out, and that should be enough to feed all of these machines up here. Let's see as it flows through, and they all fill up their buffers. It's got to here, so up to here. This one's now running. It's kind of... yeah, it is getting further and further in, and I think that is now probably just about enough. And then suddenly there's a gap of parts going in. This one machine on the end has not managed to build anything yet. All of the inserters are getting slurped up by its greedy brethren. Oh no! Here, are they gonna? Yeah, there we go. Right, okay, I think that's probably all right now. I think we're now making the green science as fast as we're making the red, which is lovely. That's what we're aiming for. Okay, so I was thinking also maybe starting to make the grey science here as well. So these are let's look in the book. It's be a bit more easier to explore the recipe. So piercing round magazines, they just take iron and steel and copper, so they're fine. Walls take stone, so that's fine. Grenades, on the other hand, grenades take coal and iron. Now, we don't have an infinite supply of coal. We do have quite a large supply of coal here, and then we have other coal fields round and about in places like there's 13 million over there, for example, and I'm sure there's more. I just can't see it through all the demolisher warnings. Yeah, there's another 8 million there. So there's quite a bit of coal on this planet. There's some small patches of merely 5 million down here between these two. So What are you? Oh, there's a nice tungsten ore patch. It's almost 3 million for the part I can see, and there's some more, but it is in the middle of a lava patch, so that's not ideal for going and getting it. There's a little one there of 2 million. So, yeah, I don't see coal being too much of a worry, even if my current patch is down to less than 500,000. So, probably a thing to put on the list soon will be making the military science up here as well. But I think not just yet. These belts through here they're not causing a backlog, but they are causing the science packs to slow down a little bit, which is kind of amusing. Because to be honest, the yellow belts are fast enough, but they look it's a little bit silly. Right, so the triangles are only just coming through quickly enough. I think this might be a let's put them on both sides of the belt thing, really, isn't it? So do that here. Put another one of these in here, like that. And then we can in and out like that. And we've got enough tungsten coming through, I think. So that'll add a little bit more on, and more to the point, putting it on both sides of the belt will give us quite a bit more capacity on the belt. I could have just upgraded the whole thing to a blue, but since it was only being 50% used anyway, it didn't seem necessary. This belt here is not a thing. We do not want that. So a little bit of it goes in here, but that's fine. Then when it comes off up here to go and make these things, yeah, and it does go onto blue belt, so that's going to have enough throughput capacity there, so that's fine too. Okay, so I think we're done on this planet for the time being. So the next thing to do is to come over to back to Norvis and go, oh yeah, so we're going to want to start pulling more science packs out of the out from over here. So this is all nonsense. Let's get rid of all of that. I don't want any of that, even if it's got some weird rocks in there. I don't want the weird rocks. What I do want to do here is essentially this sort of system, pull out and start pulling out the other two, pulling out the next two science packs. So actually, you know what? Let's move this from here, because I don't care where that goes. It doesn't matter where that goes. It can unload spoilage from anywhere. So if we move it up to there, then there's a bit more space down here again. So I can do a couple of inserters like that, and they go onto the right. So do that and that. Or could I just do, no, I couldn't. That and that. And no, that coming down here like this, and this is going to be my green and red science packs, and that can come over here. So what I want to do actually at this point is stop making green and red science. You see, we're not able to make them fast enough at the moment, but I reckon that wasn't an issue because I was about to fix it elsewhere. So we do that and that, cut those off. Over here we've got green science, we'll cut them off there and there. And is there anything else going in here for green science? No, I don't think there is. Okay, so we'll let them run out, and then I can rip up everything from over here and start bringing the science in from the new belts over here. So over here we say we want to set up some filters. We want you to be doing red science. We want you to be doing green science. Green, like that. They can flick around like that until we get both of those on this belt. Comes down here to here, and then what's going on here with these belts? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I've got room for one more belt on my pseudo bus. No, actually, this is an actual bus. There's nothing pseudo about this. And this will come over to here. And then when we start using these, I'll feed it through there like that. I'll just replace that bit. But as I was saying, I want to pull through all the green and red science off the belt first, just to get all of this, to get all these resources out of the way. Okay, we've already run out of iron over here, so all that copper is just going to get picked up. But that's okay because we do have a system for pulling rogue copper out of the logistics network. So we can then get rid of all of that. Have we stopped making? Yeah, we stopped making green circuits as well now, so we can pull up all of this. probably find I break a load of electrical connections. So I need to make sure I come back and check on this in a moment once it's all been pulled up. But for now, this seems to be going quite well, getting rid of all of the science packs, all of the production that I don't need anymore. Have I cut the power off? It should be okay because I tried to leave this long pylon here, but power networks can be a fragile thing. They can have very very limited redundancy because I've set them up lazily. So we'll do this a little bit carefully. But no, that seems to all be going okay. I think it's removed essentially all of the electrical network now, and nothing is broken. So that's good. Hello, Peter. Yes, indeed, a surprise Friday stream because I didn't have anything else happening tonight, and I was having a severe craving for Factorio, so I thought I would basically. Priority input split. Oh, do you mean for the science packs over here, Daredevil? Yes. Over here, wherever it was. Yes, here. Yeah, I could do that. I don't really want to leave the other. I want to pull away from making these science packs on Norvis though, because they are the resource patches on Norvis will eventually run out, and more to the point, I don't have enough throughput on my main bus in order to keep it running. So I'd rather not be producing them here at all, really, because that means if something goes wrong with the Vulcanus supply system, then I just won't notice because the science will carry on running off the Norvian supplies. And so that's sort of good, but also sort of slightly problematic because it means it will never get fixed. Over here, I need to start pulling down those science packs as well. So I would like to say, can I have some red science, please? I would like to have 2,000 of those. And can I have some green science, please? I would like to have 2,000 of those. And the Tango is going to immediately leave with all of that juicy green science on it. No, go back to Norvis and dump the green science. This is starting up, teething problems, should we say. So we can let's pause here briefly. That didn't even drop it. Come on. I can't even set a... I can't even set an and passenger present sort of thing. There we go. Now it's gone. Now we can get back to auto. Right. So down on Norvis now we've got red science there. The green science is about to arrive in one enormous capsule. I imagine. Yes, here it comes. Thump. And then out comes the green science as well, so that flows through here, down here, and so we're still trying to pull this through. Science is happening. Does this use? Yeah, everything uses. Of course, it uses the red and green sciences. Everything uses that. Electricity flickers below where I remove stuff. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, because this there is a large pylon here, but it's not connected to anything, because that would be useful. So I suppose I'll put one in here. I feel like I should just run all the way down the bus, putting them in like this, just so we've got a stable power supply that we can hook everything else into as necessary. Because there's something, somehow it was being fed. The power was being fed from up here down this way, and that is dangerous. So we don't really want to do that. And then there should be sort of regular pylons along here, bringing the power up out from the system that's inside the bus. So we'll do a little bit of time. Oh, that's there for that pump, so I won't remove that. That one's a bit rogue, so we will remove that. Both things can be powered by this one now. Yeah, it's probably okay. And now, yes, everything seems to be working. Thank you for pointing that out, Peter. I completely missed. I was too busy looking above the bus to make sure I got everything there. I didn't look down below it. So thank you. That was very useful. Right, the red is nearly all the way through. Obsessively watching it a little bit. So the orange, the Tango, is now on its way back over to Vulcanus. Vulcanus, we have a supply of science available. There's how much? There's 1,000 in the rocket. There's another almost 4,000 in here. So is my production of the science packs all going nice and quick? Yes, I'd say. Well, not apart from this one, which has stopped. We'll have a look at that in a moment. Green was running nice and at the same speed. Has now started to struggle a little bit. What's going on, Green? Why are you sad? Ah, yes, that's why we shouldn't have that inserter there. Because all of the cogs that were supposed to be going into this machine were getting stolen and being put on here. So it was because of where the belts were running, the output of this one was being prioritised over the output of this one. So we ran out of belts. Now it should once again be okay. So why are you sad? Oh, because you've filled up. Okay, that's fine. If you've stopped running because the output is full, I have no problems with that. But that is an acceptable reason to stop. I'm not going to complain there at all. Okay, so there we go. We've now got these belts are completely full. So we know that these machines are just running. Run as fast as you can. Potentially in the future, I might put beacons in. I might put speed modules. I could put productivity modules and beacons in. Just get the output up a little bit further, if and when I need to. But I'm not doing science at anything like 7 per second yet. 7 per second would be 200. What? my brain failed. 420 per second. 420 per minute. So actually, I'm not that far. 7 per second. 7 6s are 42, so 420. Oh, 420 and then my productivity boosts. Okay, that explains it. Yes, so yeah, 420 times whatever, where whatever is fairly significant. And now that goes there. Boop. Nope. Half boop. Where's the other half of the boop? Here it comes. Thank you, Peter. Yes. Yes. Stream lag is frustrating, but I did. I got there eventually. Oh, hey, that's the first time I've noticed the Wisebot deleting spam. So it's not quite quick enough for it to not appear on the on-screen chat, unfortunately, but it's pretty good. Right, and yeah, they've loaded that back up to the 100 it's supposed to have in it. So there we go. That is red and green science is now upgraded to be modern, faster, and produced on other planets. And with a rather arbitrarily chosen speed of 7 science per second, which is, yes, very, very much arbitrary. Right, so there's a couple of things now. There's several things I want to do. So I touched earlier on going over on upgrading the grey science, or rather setting that up out on Vulcanus as well, because it's mostly iron and copper with a little bit of cheese, a little bit of coal in there, and loads of stone as well. Stone is fine. We can do stone. So that's quite a good one for doing out on Vulcanus as well, I reckon. So maybe that could be the next thing. Blue science, I think I might actually just leave this one on Norvis, because it takes lots and lots of petroleum-y stuff. Now, I could do it on Fulgora. I've been thinking I might do I'll do the utility science on Fulgora, because low-density structures just come out of scrap, and so do blue circuits. And the flying robot frames aren't that difficult to make. He says wanting to point there it is. Steel I seem to have on Fulgora. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Batteries I have in huge quantities. Green circuits don't come out of the scrap, but they do come out of recycling either of the other two circuits, or if I'm desperate, out of iron and copper wire, which comes out of recycling stuff and all that sort of thing. And electric engine units are again, green circuits fine, copper and iron, steel and iron, which is again pretty much fine, and lube, which comes straight out of the heavy oil oceans. So I think doing yellow science on Fulgora is going to be very, very easy. So that I think will work quite nicely. But the other ones I haven't thought about quite so carefully. This one is. So let's see. In fact, let's go in the Factoriopedia, because then I can actually click through things a little bit more. So rail is trivial because it to do on Vulcanus, because it's stone and iron essentially. Electric furnaces are red circuits which require coal to make the red circuits, to make the plastic for the red circuits. So they're not ideal. But the rest of the stuff is very much a Fulgoran Vulcanan speciality. And then productivity modules, which is again it's red circuits. So I'm going to need to make a quantity of red circuits for those. So I don't know where I want to do purple science. That's a little bit uncertain at the moment. Blue, as I was saying, takes sulfur, which is petroleum gas, which or biosulfur. Do I want to do these on Gleba? It feels like crazy talk, but it might just work. It might be the best place to do them, because the sulfur and the plastic, yeah, all the ingredients for the blue science is available on Gleba in decent quantities. Okay, so do these three on Vulcanus, this one on Gleba, probably this one on Vulcanus as well, even if it does require some red circuits. This one on Fulgora, this one obviously in space, and then the rest of them are very much tied to their own planets, so I can't really do anything about those. This this feels intriguing and sensible and cunning and other such words. And we've run out of one of the science packs types. What have we run out of? Nothing really. Oh no, wait, we've run out of agricultural science. Okay. Is that just because it's all gone off while we weren't paying attention? We are using it at the moment, so that's fair. What's Kirk up to? Kirk is trying to load. No, Gleba won't work for purple, but I think it might for blue. What are you doing, Gleba? Why have we not got any science coming up? I'm looking in the wrong place. What are you doing, Gleba? Why have we not got any science? We're making science. We've got 70 in the ship. In the rocket. That's pathetic. Oh, okay. It's just launched some up, and we've got almost 300. It's pretty fresh though. Looking good. Okay, well, we'll ship that over as quickly as we can and see how it goes. It does feel like we're not making this fast enough. Maybe I need to extend my Gleben science. Yeah, we're not growing eggs fast enough. Yeah, they're not making it to all the labs. In fact, a lot of the labs are just generally seriously short of eggs. That's weird, because yeah, all of these are running, and I thought I had it balanced before and copied it. So we're making a third of an egg per second, and we're trying to use half an egg per second. So they're not balanced, but I'm slightly surprised that they're as unbalanced as they appear to be. Can I make another of those and squeeze it in here? No. I mean, I could get another 2 of them in. I could do that. And then that. No. What? Wait, what do you do? What does spelled across here do? Nothing, as far as I can tell. Nothing puts onto it, nothing takes off from it. I think that must be a hangover from a previous design. So we'll remove some of this. There we go. And now this isn't going to work because none of these have got eggs in them. So I could request a couple of eggs there. Was that this one? No. And a couple of eggs there. And come along to here and steal those eggs. Will they get put into the Burnimatrons? No, they'll get put in here, which is ridiculously bad. Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, that was not what I wanted to happen. Let's put in a quantity of laser turrets, just in case. I mean, we shouldn't need them down here, but also could some bots. Okay, we've got rid of most of those. I clearly need to have a blue chest somewhere that's requesting eggs and putting them into a flame tower. Although that said, when that one hatches, those lasers will deal with it without any problems. So it's not a serious problem. There we go. So up here now we've got more eggs egging. Probably. No, we haven't got any water. Don't see that being a problem because we've got plenty of other substations around here, so that's fine. We aren't going to have any issues with the power from that. Right, now we can grow some more eggs. It's only slightly more though, so it's only another 2 on top of 6. It's only another third. And given that we're running at about 50% what we need at the moment, I think further expansion of my eggomatroning is required here. So let's do that and keep that going downwards for the time being. Why has that been demolished? Oh, for goodness sake. Can we not? Put that across there. Get all this built up, and then we can start worrying about, and then we can start it running. Oh, we need to move these across as well. No, not that. Across there. Oh, don't do that sort of thing. Just don't. Behave yourselves. Okay. No, we haven't got the belts in yet, so I'm not ready for that. Why are only 12 people watching? That's a good question, Greenbud. Thank you for the vote of confidence. But yeah, I find the number of people watching tends to sort of gradually rise throughout the evening, or throughout the stream, possibly as other people go to bed, or as I don't know exactly why, but it does tend to gradually rise as I keep going. So cautious optimism. Maybe it'll continue to rise as time goes by. Also, I don't normally stream at this time of week. Sorry, I don't normally stream on a Friday, so it's quite possible that a lot of my normal viewers weren't really expecting it. And I will admit, it was a bit of a sort of a last-minute decision. I decided at about 3 o'clock this afternoon that I was going to do a stream this evening. So I wouldn't be too surprised if I've got a few fewer people watching than I normally would. That's what I'm going to tell myself, so I don't start crying. But basically, I'm just going to carry on, and we'll see if maybe more people will come along a little bit later as America wakes up or gets home from work. We'll see how things go, and even if they don't, then I'm having fun. You guys are hopefully you guys are having fun as well. So we'll keep it going. There we go. So eggs in all of those, and then I can come along here and say you get none. Bloop, take them away. You get none. And maybe that'll be enough to restock all of these ones. We shall see. Oh, I see what you mean, Peter. Yes, that's a very good point. Yes, each egg maker is using up some of the eggs it makes. That's an excellent point. So it's going to be slower than it appears. It's only making 0.2 per second, so I'm making a total of just over 3.2 per second, and I'm using 6 times 6. I'm using 3. What did I say I was doing? So that's 2.2. Okay, so that's now roughly balanced. Some of them might end up going into this incinerator down here, if we ever get any eggs in up here. Oh, what? Water, again. Dirt. Nope, that goes there. I've turned off my emergency laser lightning turrets. That's not a good. That can't be a good thing. Where have I disconnected from? All the way, everything. Just down here is not connected to up here anymore. Okay, well, I suspected something like that might happen. I need to be a little bit careful about the pylons I pulled up, but I'll get it fixed. Can we have this one, please? It's kind of important. All these machines up here will be very, very sad without it. There we go. Thank you. That's why we've not had any nutrient flowing through for a moment or two. Right, so there we go. No pizza here. We'll get some pizza. Here comes some pizza. That's fine. All right, and I've got some water coming in. Now, it's important to get the water in here and flowing before all the eggs hatch. Now, I've got probably good 15 minutes on these before they go, or it's another 12 minutes. That's not too bad. You're right, I don't seem to have any underground pipes. That is very strange. I'm making pipes here. How do you make underground pipes? Is it just pipes, or is it pipes? Pipes and steel, isn't it? Yeah, pipes and iron. Sorry. Yes, it is. So if I put that there, I guess, and then put that there, and get rid of that, and then I can put a long inserter there, a short inserter there, and a box there, and tell you to connect to the network and run until there are 200 underground pipes. And I've broken the power to everything, but as soon as this gets placed, I'll have only broken the power to some things. Can we have this, please? Come on, bring me my substation. Thank you. Nearly everything at this point. You know, let's just put in another substation rather than faffing around with this too much. We'll just do that. It's only the heating towers that are not being made at the moment, so it's not the end of the world. And I should program that to assembly machine as well. That would help quite a bit. Right, it's made 15 or so of them, then that should be plenty. So those can be brought up here. Get the underground pipes placed. How many bots do I have? 410 construction bots. It's a decent number. I think they're all just in the wrong place. So it's quite a long way from where all the stuff's being made down here, all the way up to where those pipes I've just put in up here. So it's probably just that they're a bit slow at this stage. I do have another research into bot speed up here, queued somewhere, so I'll get that done at some point. Right, now there we go. Now we're egging with I don't know. I'm not sure how to continue that train of thought without it being even more disturbing than it already is with the pentapod eggs floating around the belt here. But they seem to be all getting fed through. Yeah, it looks pretty promising. All the science machines are now being fed adequately. Oh, there's a shortage of bioflux coming through as well now. That might be because all of these have just kicked out. Actually, there doesn't seem to be very much bioflux being made. Oh, we've run out of Yamako. Really? We had so much Yamako in the last stream. And it was the jelly fruit we're short of. Now it's switched over and we're short of both of them. Yeah, it could be that a lot of them are just sitting up at the top of the base doing repair stuff, or have been. It is one single robo network, which isn't something I ideally like to do, but I have just because mostly out of laziness, I guess. Why am I so short of Yamakos? I've got 3 patches here. Okay, none of them are quite 100% full, or 100%. That one is actually. Most of them aren't quite 100% capacity, but they're pretty. Actually, that one is. They're pretty close. So yeah, somehow I'm still short of Yamaka. Can I put a speed modules in these? Okay, to make the plants grow faster. Can I put more of this in? Yes, by the looks of it. No, this is landfill. What? No, there's funny little patches of not quite usable soil around here, so I can't. That is as big as this one will get. Fine. You're right. It is a lack of seeds again. Have I? Why does this keep? What's going on? You're spot on. It is a lack of seeds, but the Yamako is supposed to load till there's 1,000 in there. Are you not connected? Are you not reading from the train? Yeah, you're reading train contents, and that's getting fed up to here, and then you're supposed to stop when there's less than 1,000. You're supposed to run when there's less than 1,000. So this has way over 1,000, but this is still trying to run. What? Yeah, you're quite right. It is a shortage of seeds. Is the jelly nut having similar problems, or is that? I'll have a quick check of that while I'm here. No, jelly nut has plenty of seeds and plenty of plants grown, and there's some of it on the belts. Yeah, it's just a jelly nut forest that we're waiting for it to grow, and then we'll have a frenzy. Okay. Right, when the train gets in, we'll stop it this time and have a good look at it and see what's going on. Because, yeah, you're quite right. It shouldn't have that many rockets in it. It should have a lot more seeds. That's full. Right, so you stop. So you're feeding the what's name out. You're getting a target's full, yes, but why are you not deactivated? So holding it's not getting a signal through. You're reading train contents. Feeding to but there's no signal on here. Why is reading train contents not working? Enable so send to train, set train, read train contents is set. Circuit network. That's connected to from there to everywhere. But then over here we're seeing no signals at all. It is. The box chain, the read train contents is ticked. What do you mean over here? Yeah, enable disable is ticked. Rockets when less than 1,000. And also I didn't set the filter on that. No, it is ticked. It's enable disable when rockets are less than enabled when rocket is less than 1,000. So that should work. This one I screwed up. That was meant to be filtered to just rockets, so I failed spectacularly there. But yeah, I don't understand why that isn't getting the signal. Why the train isn't why this station isn't reading the train contents. I guess I could do this. Oop. And just carry on getting rid of these rockets. Like that. But then this isn't... yeah. Oh, the station can't read a manually stopped train. Okay. So I'm at the Yumako drop. Let's add a condition until passenger present and go here then. You're right. Okay, so there we go. Then that's saying 3,000, 2,900. So that is now deactivated. But this is how I had it set before. So why? So that brings up the question: why was it not working before? I'll just try and get the rockets back out of this box again. Yeah, why was it overloading the train before? So the train would pull up in auto mode, it would stop here, and then this was just pumping the wagon completely full. Unless it was a hangover from before and a problem that had previously occurred and is now, and I hadn't fixed it properly. Anyway, we need this train to keep going, go back to Yumako pickup to drop some of these seeds off. Now it's got quite a lot more in it, but yeah, that's a bother. An oddity, and I don't really understand why that was broken. Also, how are we doing for jelly nuts? We have 400. That seems like quite a lot. It isn't, I don't think, but it seems like quite a lot. There we go. So now we've got some seeds. It's not very many, but hopefully it'll be enough to get the systems kick-started again. At least we've unloaded all the ones that were there. Got some fruit. If we could have some more attacks from the pentapods so we could burn through some rockets, that'd be quite nice. Because at the moment I have more rockets than I know what to do with around here. Let's keep filling that up with rockets at least. And then we can put them into this box and then into the train. I'm going to get rid of some more rockets out of this train, at least as much as I can with the number of bots I have available, which isn't a huge number. But at least we're unloading quite a lot of rockets into this chest here, so that's a help. and the construction bots are taking them miles away, so let's put in another yellow chest there, just sort of to put things in for the temporarily. Oh, and I need to remove the passenger present from there as well. And now we get the comical effect situation of a load of bots chasing a train and probably never catching it. Oh well. Was that enough seeds to satisfy all of these? No, of course it wasn't. Well, actually, maybe it was. Yeah, that's full of seeds now. That's half full of seeds. That's half full of seeds. Okay, I think that's probably enough that maybe we won't have... That is the problem sorted. Maybe. We shall see. And now these will go in to sort of top it up and everything will be okay. And all the bots now catch up with the train. Lovely. Oh, because that inserter is now putting stuff back into the train. The one down here, I don't want this box to be here permanently, so it's now the inserter is now putting stuff back into the train because it's full of seeds, and I just don't want them to be there. So we'll have two inserters loading the train up with seeds now, and that I think is fine. Train. There we go. Now we have some Yumakos at least, and we grabbed some seeds while it was sat there. How many did it get? A reasonable. Actually, that's a reasonable number. I'm okay with that. Down here, so the Yumakos now. That was enough. It brought enough Yumakos over that we hadn't run out before it's in the time that it was away. So that's promising. The jelly nuts. Well, we're still loading up here apparently. What are you waiting for? 30 seconds. Okay. Here we go. So we're unloading decent number. Well, we've unloaded those seeds, and we've now cleared out quite a lot of extra rockets. So we've got loads of room for seeds in there now, and yeah, it'll probably be all right. We are still all the seeds are still disappearing into the planting towers, but they are now mostly full. We need another 16, and then it'll be starting to backlog onto the belt. So I think we're okay for seeds. The question is, are we okay for fruit? And how much time do I have to spend just keeping an eye on Gleba to make sure it doesn't break on me? We haven't quite got enough jelly nut, which is a little bit unfortunate. Especially as I'm pretty sure I increased the production speed of the jelly nut last time. I put in an additional farming tower because we were a bit short of it. But I think the jelly nut gets used up faster than the Yamaka does. Although now we just don't have enough of either of them. There is a lot of jelly reaching the burner tower at the end, though, I notice. Although I also notice there's a massive gap in it along here as well, so I don't know. It's all a bit of a mess. I was at one point reading how much of each fruit thing there was on. No, I wasn't. I was reading how much of the how much nutrient, whatever this stuff is, bioflux, that's the one. And then so that's being told, these machines along here being told, so we've got 2200 on there at the moment apparently. Really, blimey. So we're not putting more on at full speed. But then that's okay because some of it is getting through to here and being recirculated. We perhaps should be doing the same with the jelly and the Yamaka mash, and set up the same sort of thing along here, where we're monitoring where each of these has a different number that it's monitoring for. So I could, for example, connect a red cable to there, and let's use a green cable because I've used red cables a lot even in this area already. In fact, I'm already controlling these. to tell them to only run if there's a if there's enough. If I'm telling them to only run if there's at least some of both fruit available. At least that's the theory. It's clearly not working because these are still running. How does this work? Right, so we say if there's some of each, and apparently there is some Yamako. Where is there some Yamako? We're seeing 12 of it somewhere. Is it just tucked in the end here? Probably. So that shouldn't be 5. That should be probably 60. Let's say 50. Apparently we're saying 40. Let's say 50 because that's what I actually said. And let's set this one to 50 as well. And then it'll stop the machines running because there's no point in feeding it through when there's only one type of fruit available, because it'll all go straight past here and these machines won't make the bioflux, so we won't make nutrient, so everything will break. So I want these to only run when we've got both types of fruit available. And now we've run low on jelly nut, so we've stopped running. Some jelly nuts coming in, so when this arrives, we'll have a brief frenzy until we use up all the Yamako, then it'll stop. Then a train will arrive with Yamako and we can actually start processing it a bit better. There's still a shortage of seeds. I don't know if it actually counts as a shortage yet, but there isn't a backlog going up the belts yet. Oh, there is on this one. So this is getting half of them, and then so the other two are only getting a quarter each. So that's why this one's filled up first. But now I think we're okay for seeds. Finally. Although fairly soon, presumably there's going to be an absolute frenzy of harvesting because they've all been planted at about the same time. Actually, no, it takes so long to plant them that we've got that they're all fairly evenly spread out, and the towers can just run fairly constantly if they're full. Okay, that's kind of good, I suppose. That's a lot of Yamako. Do I need more jelly nut? What have I got up here? I've got 1, 2, 2, 3. I've got 3 towers harvesting the jelly nut. Okay, this one's only half. This one's most of 2/3, call it. That's what I'm thinking, Mike. Do I need more plantations? That's true. This one's stopped. Why have you stopped? It's full of spoilage. Oh, yeah. Well, that one. This one's growing. But yeah, this one was full of spoilage and has stopped. Seems to not be unloading. Are you full of... You've got wood. Okay, we'll get rid of that then as well. Yeah, so this one down here, the big new one, had picked up some spoilage somehow, and that had caused it to fail. And then the inserter had jammed because it had 1 wood in it, because apparently there'd been a tree growing here that I hadn't noticed. Are you happy? Yes, you're presumably just waiting for stuff to grow. No, you've been turned off from previous experiments. Oh. Right, okay, well that explains why we were short of jelly nut. Okay, at least, well, you know what? At least I found the problem, so it can be fixed. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Peter. Yes, the stack inserter got blocked up with the wood, and then all the fruit spoiled. So now I've declogged them all. So now all 3 of them are running. So we should get significantly more jelly nut now. And having fixed the seed problem, hopefully we'll get enough Yamako. However, this does mean we're going to get a lot more pollution, which means this might grow to be bigger than my artillery range at some point, and we might get some interest expressed by the natives. But we'll see how that goes. We'll burn that bridge when we come to it. Hopefully, I think the defences are more than good enough. But we'll get alerts and we'll go out and see what happens if anything does happen. In the meantime, though, I think things are probably okay on this planet. So I was talking about producing another science pack here, wasn't I? Now the question is, do I have enough throughput of resources to produce... It was the blue science I was going to do here. And making a blue science is going to require sulfur, red circuits, and engines. And I'm going to want to make 7 a second of these. So that's going to be a lot. Let's put some machines down and do some planning, and then I can come back and actually set it all going afterwards. So down here, if I want to make 7 a second, Well, I'm going to have to use these. I'm going to have to use assembly machines to make the actual science packs. And if I want you to make blue sciences, then you make 0.1 per second. 0.1 per second. So I'm going to need 70 machines or speed modules. I could fill it up with speed 2s. Sorry, Peter. Yeah, yes, I've had a long week, but I wanted to play some Factorio, so you get some you get a stream anyway. So this will bump the speed up by 30%, but also massively increase the energy consumption, and that's why I'm sort of slightly loath to use the modules, especially on a planet where I don't have that much power. He says producing 5 times the amount of power he needs at the moment. But there's difficulties with it because of because of how I'm making it. I'm burning quite a lot of rocket fuel, but then I'm making quite a lot of rocket fuel, so it's not actually a problem. I don't know. Yeah, I might need to start making more rocket fuel if I start needing more power. Anyway, yes, 70 of these machines. That is a silly, silly number. You can't make the science packs in anything else, can you? There's nothing to. Yeah, hang on, productivity modules and beacons will be a massive increase of power. Oh, is it less power? Surely not. No, if I put in. And maybe if I use efficiency modules and productivity modules and speed modules in a cunning balance, then it'll be fairly good. But no, putting in speed and prod might work quite well actually. So I could put into one of these. I could put in. Well, they take 4 modules, so I could put in 2 speed modules and 2 efficiency modules, and that would drop it down by 80, but put it up by 120. So it only go up by 40, but it'd go up 60% speed. Productivity modules would be a good idea on this planet as well, though. But that's going to knock 40% off my speed, so then I'd need almost 140 machines, which is getting silly. And I know Peter has just claimed that using speed beacons will cut that down, but it won't. It won't cut down. Well, sorry, it won't cut down the amount of power, because anytime you use speed modules, you're gaining only gaining 30% speed, but you're gaining 60% energy consumption. So you end up using enormous amounts of speeds, especially if you then beacon them as well. Sorry, enormous amounts of power, especially if you then beacon them as well. So no, I think you're wrong there, Peter. I'm afraid on the maths. I'd be better off just using 70 of these machines strictly from a power point of view. Speed in the beacon and productivity in the machines. Yes, that'd be a lot more power per. But no, but for a given output rate, that's going to be more power than just straight up using more machines. And it's going to be more power than using machines with productivity modules in them. The beacons aren't going to reduce the amount of power. Yeah. And I could probably fit 70 assembly machines in here. It'd be a little bit silly, but I can do it. And then maybe later on I'll come back and put speed modules in. So let's go with the silly number of machines for now, but with the intention of potentially putting modules in them later when I realise I don't have enough input. So that's going to be taking in 3.5 sulfur per second, and 10.5 red circuits, and 7 engine units. A machine making engine units does so at. I need 7 per second. This makes. So I'm going to need another. Geez, I'm going to need almost as many machines making assembly engines as I am making science packs. Okay. I could go 1-to-1 with these. That's sort of tempting. the ratio isn't quite out. It isn't quite right. It'd be 20% waste, but I mean it's close enough that I feel like 0.12 to 0.1. Let's just go with the. Let's go with the. So if I have this machine like that, and then feed the engines through like that, then we can bring in the pipes. The pipes and the cogs quarter. Hang on, wait, what? Oh, it is two pipes, right? Okay. So I need a pipe every quarter of a second and a cog every eighth of a second. How fast are they built? Pipes are half a second. And this requires one every quarter of a second. So I need two machines making pipes for every one of these. That can't be right, can it? These are made... So no, it makes 2.5 per second. So each one of these will feed 9, 4, 8, 9, 10 of these. Okay, that seems a bit more reasonable. And then each cog machine produces 2.5 a second. So that's the same. So each one of these will feed 20 of these. Yeah. Okay, so I need 2 of these. So 2 of these for every 20 of these sets. That's manageable, as long as I can get enough iron coming in. So let's start off by making one 20-fold set of machinery. Oh, and then down here I'll require an enormous quantity of sulfur and advanced circuits to be coming in. I say enormous quantity. It's not actually that much. It's only very small amounts per second, but it adds up. But there's a lot of machines doing it. So I'll have a belt of them coming in like that, and then a belt taking the science packs out like that. And then this goes over here somewhere. I don't care. We have another belt coming in the top here with the pipes and things on it. And then, okay, we need another belt with steel on it. Okay. So that. I'm getting kind of tempted to do some beaconing in here just to reduce the sheer number of machines I need, but I think I'll try not for now and see how it goes. And then let's move you two down to there. And we'll have a belt of iron coming in up the middle. And then that comes out here and here like this. Okay, so let's put in a large number of... There's 20 of these in. Have I got room along? Yeah, I've got room along here. In fact, let's start off with this bit, actually. This piece is the first part I'm going to need. And we'll build about from about here. Okay, so I'll put that there. There's going to be quite a couple of other things coming in over the top. That roboport's going to be in the way, isn't it? Roboports are always in the way when I build stuff, I've found. So well, I'm just going to ignore that and put it in anyway. All right. And then this is my actual science production. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And you guys are you are getting the inserters across the top, but I've cut everything. I've cut the power supply to everything off. Never mind. Put another one of those in there, and then along the bottom of here, put a row of those in. Oh, I forgot my inserters here. Okay, so that's going to now, at least when it, if and when it gets the all of the inputs, is going to be able to produce 20, which means we're doing 0.1%. We've got so that's going to be 2 per second, which isn't enough compared to what we've built elsewhere. We actually need this 3 times over, and I don't think Gleber is going to. I don't think Gleber is going to be is going to be producing enough resources for this to actually work. But we'll find out the hard way. I mean the experimental way, and then go through and buff things as required, which is the the Factorio way of playing. So there's that. Then we have steel coming in here. Here's steel. And then I need red circuits and sulfur. Well, here's the sulfur, here's the red circuits. Those are quite conveniently close together. I'm going to want to do a sort of a back returny thing on this one. So I'll do here. Lots of pretty explosions from all the boom puffs, which is just what we don't want at the moment, but never mind. I suppose it doesn't really matter. None of this stuff is particularly vulnerable to being... the boom puffs don't do enough damage to actually cause any problems. They're just mildly annoying. So, yeah, big deal. I see some yellow belts in here. That's a bit concerning, because that means these are probably going to be a bit too slow. But oh well, we shall see. And then we'll need another rocket down here to take them away. Rocket silo. Probably put that over on the other side, just because the other rocket silo seem to be on the other side. Or I could run it all the way up here and put another one here like this. That's certainly a possibility. I doubt if that's going to get built, but we'll try anyway. This can be my rocket silo if it does, which, as I say, it probably won't. Can you? Is there? Oh, we've run out of blue circuits. Oh no, we haven't. It's not that we've run out. It's that we haven't brought any over. So we need 200 of them. 200, and we also need a quantity of concrete. So let's fill that up as well. 500, 600, 700, 800, 900,000. Let's see how much of that comes over, and also let's see how long the sulfur supplies and all. Let's just see how long all of the supplies hold together. Right. So we've got pipes coming through. We've got science packs coming out. Nice. Of course, we're going to stop building science packs very, very quickly because we're going to fill the output stream up, but never mind. Hello, Ed. It's been a while since I've seen you. I guess you the time zones and things make things a little bit difficult for you. But yeah, good to have you around. And yes, I am indeed streaming. 1, 2, 3, 4. What gave it away? Was it the message on Discord? The announcement on Discord, rather. Alright, and run these all the way up here like this to... Let's have some tungsten go... do that, get that out of the way a little bit. And then that can run up here to here. And then we can feed them in like that. I also want to put in another rocket silo at some point for the taking away of the miscellaneous... miscellaneous thing. Ooh, it got built. Excellent. So now I can try putting in another one there and extend the belts down a bit. Boom. And wait, what? Oh. There we go. Yeah, start building the rocket, please. That probably won't happen. I'll need to come over here and refill that assembly machine again with the manual way, and just see if stuff turns up. So we need another 1,000 concrete, and another 200 blue circuits. There we go. Oh, okay. So saw me on the YouTube sidebar. Nice. That's not a bad idea, Sophia. If I have to remind me on Discord. I'll see if there's a realistic way to do that, because piping the output from the Wisebot into Factorio messages means I still probably won't notice them, but at least I'm in with it'll give me an extra opportunity to notice them. And I might see things like saying thank you to Allstat for following me 46 minutes ago. Could have all of chat come through into it as well, but that might be a bit much. Okay, so there we go. We're now making blue science. All of these machines are running. That's what we like to see. And how fast am I depleting my sulfur and red circuits? Red circuits are not being produced. Oh, they're being produced here. So they are depleting due to a lack of... Why are you not running? A lack of plastic. Why is there no plastic? What is going on? Come on, Gleba. What are you doing this time? You've run out of pizza. Run out of what? Why? How? Where? When? Whether? I faith. What? Okay, so we have some. I think we just had a hiccup in. I don't think. I know we had a hiccup in supply. There's loads of fruit now, so this seems to be okay. That's weird. Yeah, there's no pizza down here either. Are we not making... Let's make it a bit faster. Yeah, we're not making the bioflux fast enough for some reason. Is it because we think we've got loads on the belt? We do think we've got loads on the belt. Oh, it's all down in this sort of area, so it's not getting turned into nutrients. So things aren't running. So it's all down there, so we're not able to make nutrients. So yeah, that's. Let's have you always run, just so there's always some bioflux coming through to be made into nutrients and science packs. Yeah, so all the nutrients seems to be getting gobbled up, greeded by the by the egg growing here. It's not the robots that eat the pizza. It's the enslaved pentapods that eat the pizza. So kind of, but also no. I think maybe I should. I can make more bioflux. I've clearly just got these numbers wrong. Let's have 3 machines always run, because the Gleben factory now has grown enough that I think having more coming through would be valuable. It's still all just disappearing into making nutrients. This is ridiculous. Hooray, a piece got through. Right, so we now have plenty of nutrients, but it's still all getting eaten by the eggplants. Sorry, yes, pentapods with jobs. That's a much better way of putting it. Oh dear, I have a drinking problem. My beer has run out. Fortunately, I planned ahead and brought another one up as well. Okay, so we're getting some eggs coming through, and then they're just getting burnt off at the end because we don't have anything useful to do with them at the moment because we don't have any pizza down here. It is all just getting eaten up by these and turned into eggs. That is horrifying. So, Dave, does drinking beer count as hydrating in your world? Answer carefully. Up and down and up and down and up and down. Oh, which is down? Yeah, down. Yes, because I'm going to put one more in. So put that. That would overlap there quite nicely. So bomb. 1, 2, 3. Put that there. And then a few extra pieces of belt like that. Oh, good. I'm glad beer counts. I can drink to that. That goes there. Oh no! Bad things have occurred. Actually, they only briefly. That's fine. I'll filter out later. Hang on a minute. Why am I putting more machines? I don't need more machines. I just need more of these damn machines to run. and just knock. And yeah, I just need to be making more bioflux than I was before. The thing is, there's loads and loads of it running around the system down here, but there's no nutrients getting through. So maybe I actually do need to be making more nutrients. Let's make more nutrients. What could possibly go wrong? And see how that gets on. Because, yeah, all the nutrients are getting eaten up by these machines here that are growing more pentapod eggs, which are then just going straight into the disposal chute over here because we're not getting any nutrient past them in order to actually run the science pack machines. So this is a bit ridiculous. Maybe I need additional nutrient production machines down here producing more nutrients, obviously. That's not a bad idea. Okay, no, we've got nutrient getting through now. So maybe I am actually producing enough. Because a nutrient machine, these ones, they turn 5 bioflux into 40 nutrients. So they make it 8 times as much. So if the belt's getting a bit full up here, which it is, but it's still not getting far enough through, then putting in an additional machine somewhere where it starts to become a problem, like maybe in here, would be a good way of boosting the amount of nutrients available. Because you see down here, we then got all of these iron growing machines that require nutrients as well. They're all being starved, and yeah, Ed wouldn't want me to starve the slaves. That would just be mean. So perhaps I could stick in another machine in here and some belts here, and it could do the making of nutrients, which is this recipe, like that, and we feed it like this, and we empty it like this, and then we go, you haven't got any power, so we give it some power, like this. And this will top up this area with more nutrients because it's all getting eaten. Probably. Either that or we'll just have a load of stuff going off. That's also possible too. There we go. So we've got a bit more nutrient being pumped out now. So that can come down here, and then all of these machines are getting fed. So now the factory is running again. Finally. And so there we go. We've now got a nice stream of plastic coming. In fact, we've had a stream of plastic coming out for a little while now because we've been fiddling with it and messing around. But now that means I'm able to make red circuits again down here. So those can flow merrily through here, and then that means we can start making blue science. Not very quickly, it looks like, but in theory we are now at least making some blue science because there are some red circuits coming through. There is a yellow splitter here that is just causing a massive bottleneck. Don't be like that. I say causing a massive bottleneck. I don't know if that's actually true because I think we might not have enough plastic. Oh no, actually no, the plastic is coming in. These machines are all running flat out now. So that is much improved. We can now start making the yeah, there we go. That's enough. The red circuits are now coming in fast enough to at least keep up with this system. And so now, of course, the iron is insufficient. In fact, the iron is stopped completely. What the hell? Have we run out of calcite? No, we've run out of iron ore. What? Okay, the iron ore is coming in, albeit rather slowly. And we've got iron bacteria going off over here at a decent rate, kind of. We're pulling it out into the box here, so it's got somewhere to spoil, and then it can be chucked out into the factory. I feel like I need a priority splitter rather than a Here's a thought. No, it'll probably jam up. I was going to say, what if I replace these with stack inserters? But no, they'll jam up because they'll end up with some spoilage in them, and then they won't be able to put it down. So that won't work. But I could have. I was just wondering, could I put the iron bacteria straight onto this belt, and then by the time it gets to the bottom, by the time it gets to the smelteries, it's going to have spoiled anyway. How long does iron bacteria last for if it's fully fresh? A minute. And it seems to be running here. As long as this belt is running constantly, then the system is essentially okay. Ooh, sounds like a raid. Hello, Okiniwa. Welcome, and very much welcome, and to your friends too. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio Space Age, where I am currently going around trying to upgrade all of my science areas everywhere. So yes, hello, thank you for joining. So now at the moment I'm on Glebo, and I decided it'd be a good idea to try and make blue science packs here because all of the resources here are available in theoretically limitless quantities. But the iron is getting chewed through at a bit of a scary rate by it, and I'm not quite sure I'm making it quickly enough. So at the moment, today's stream has been mostly about moving basic science pack production off Norvis to where their types of resources are being made freely and easily. And I'm discovering that I'm possibly not making iron ore fast enough. So I'm wondering, should I just chuck iron bacteria onto this belt and let it decay on the way down, and by the time it arrives at my smeltery, it's probably going to have turned into iron ore. I don't know. Yeah, this is my fourth generation Gleba build. The first one was sort of, I don't know how to do anything here. Oh, look, if I gather some of this some of these bacteria together, we can make metals. I'll start by doing that. So I did, and then it turned out that you actually then need to make science packs as well, and it could turn into some sort of horrible mass of spaghetti. And so this is my slightly less horrible mass of spaghetti, where the fruit comes in at the top, gets pulped, and then we just keep it running as fast as possible through here, so that the science packs come out decently fresh into the rocket. And then the rest of it we don't care so much about. None of this stuff has to be as fresh, so we then just chuck that out and go, yeah, let's see what happens. And at the moment, well, I've got a blue belt's worth carrying all this iron bacteria around, and this many machines. Well, actually, no, we're having trouble unloading all of them over here. So yes, some sort of expansion here is going to be required, I think, because I'm only actually using half of my machines. So how do I want to fix this? Is my question. And my answer is I have absolutely no idea. But at the moment, this is pointless. We're not pulling the resources out of here fast enough, which is why we don't have enough iron ore coming through. So I guess we can. Yeah, I've got some green belts here, but no, I don't think green belts will be fast enough. I don't want to use stack inserters because they'll jam up. What I could do is I could put a splitter. Right, let's start off by extending this belt upwards a little bit, so I've got a bit more room to play with. So I'll have this come across the top here, like this, and then potentially feed it in down here. But this is going to allow me to then, if I just doing this, it's going to allow me to move this out of the way and then remove this belt up the middle here and give me a bit more space to pull stuff out from here and then do other sort of useful things with it. Come on, bots. Build stuff up for me. There we go. Right, so if I do that and then remove all of this. And my thought is have this sort of system here that pulls out unneeded iron bacteria and puts it into the sorts it all out. So and then passes out the iron ore when it happens. So let's take some of these, and let's put in one copy to start with here. So it's going to pull out iron bacteria, but I'm going to link that to this belt and read belt contents all belts. So we're only going to pull out when iron bacteria is greater than, I'd say 200, because this system's expanded quite a bit. So there we go. We'll only pull out when there's more than 200 in there, and then we'll stack insert release that over here onto a belt and into a splitter, and then that can go off to the. Well, this is in the way, but we'll break that in a moment. So that can go into there, and then I can have more of these every so often along here. In fact, I need a belt coming along the top here like that. So then let's have more. Let's have that, but repeat that sort of several times over, every so often, so I can pull out the excess iron bacteria when I've got far too much of it, which I frequently have. But we'll make sure they always leave at least. No, we'll make sure they always leave at least 200 on the belt, so I don't run out ever. Read ball belts. Because we need to feed that iron bacteria background into these machines in order to allow them to breed it further. So that's going to allow me to bring, as that decays, it's going to bring it along here. We'll move you up to there, and hopefully we won't lose power to everything. Of course we will. We'll put another one in there and one in there, so we've got plenty of power. Right, and then, actually that can just go under and be fed into here, and it'll go straight through there and come out on the other side. So go under and in there. So that now should be, yeah, all of these machines should now run a bit more readily. Should the one from fruit, what? I did consider cutting these back a bit, but I've got enough fruit coming in now, so I think I'm happy to just let it run constantly. And with any luck, my factory over here will start running constantly because it's going to start producing blue and green sciences. Oh, iron bacteria from fruit. Could do. I don't think it's necessary. Although I do notice there's no Yamako mash coming through. That's obviously all getting eaten up by making... all getting eaten up to make bioflux, perhaps. That could be a problem later. We'll worry about that in a minute. I could cut these ones down a bit to only run when there's a certain amount on the... only run when there's less than a certain amount on here. But I think I'm okay with it just running all the time. I don't think it really matters. Have I run out of blue belts? Is that because I've run out of iron? Come on, goodness sake. Blue belts. There's 2,000 in here. Oh, I've run out of landfill, I bet. The gleb is on its it's on its way back in. Okay, so I've used up all the landfill, so that's why there's that's why these belts up the middle here are not getting built. I could pull up some of this actually. That's not being used at the moment, so we'll do that, and maybe that'll help. Maybe it's a bit of a help, certainly. Is that a landfill? That's not a landfill. So that should be, yeah, that feels like there's quite a lot more on this belt. Or at least there is here. But though that's just because we're emptying a couple of chests at the moment. Yeah, some of this should go on the other. Oh, we are side balancing over here. And then we've got a completely full yellow belt. So, but I think that's just because we're emptying some buffers at the moment. So that's probably going to calm down sooner or later. Maybe. Or alternatively, maybe it's just going to completely jam up all the way along here and we'll have too much of it. I don't know. We shall see. But let's set an input priority for the right on that one. So it'll pull through from here instead of rather from here if there's too much of it. However, if we've got a solid belt of this coming through, then we have enough. Now, maybe I should upgrade this to blue just because I can. In fact, I think I will. Because, yeah, basically, why not? Let's have the supply run through a bit quicker since it's available, and let these machines down here be the limiting factor. I was going to say, that said, I've filled up the tank here. No, I haven't actually filled up the tank here at all. We'll get them running, and but we are now starting to produce iron again, at least. So maybe there we go. We've now got enough iron ore. The system is full. So that's good. It's now working much better. The blue belt turns out the blue belts just straight up weren't fast enough for carrying the amount of bacteria around that was being produced by this system here. I should probably do something similar for the copper, except the copper seems to be okay. We're not getting through copper in anything like the same quantities. So down here, yes, we fill up on all that. Now it's fill up. We've backed up on blue science. That's why it's slowed down and ground to a halt. And we have in fact filled this rocket up here. So that means I can now look at the Kirk and I can tell this one to start also requesting a couple of thousand blue science as well. And then Norvis can request it. Now, when it gets to Gleba, it's going to depart when it's got ammunition, sure, and when it's got more than 400 of the agri-science packs. So, wait, you're supposed to be not being, no, not that one, that one. Oh, when you request 0, so it's left again immediately. Okay, that's fine. Actually, no, that's fine. It did unload the agricultural sciences as well. So now I go back down to Norvis, and I say, down here, I would like to request blue science packs as well. That's these ones. I'd like to have 2,000 of them at a time. And what's blue science being brought in? Well, it's going to be grey. It's going to be the next. Yeah, grey. It is grey anyway. Excellent. So we'll we'll do copy that, and this is going to be blue, 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 blue. And this one's going to be grey, which I'm not making yet, but I'm going to make on Vulcanus because that should be easy. So there we go. That's going to be blue and grey coming in there. And then, yeah, how far can that go? Only this far. Great. Right, so this is my blue science and my grey science. So that comes over to, well, it will be here, but I'll flip that round for now so it doesn't go through until I've used all this up, until I've got the grey science coming in as well. Actually, come to think of it, but we'll get the belt put in place first. Right, so that's that step done. We've got the blue science now, and hopefully Gleba is going to be able to keep up with that. We shall find out because we've just launched a rocket of it. How are we doing down here? And there's loads stockpiled in these machines. It's disappearing off down the belt faster than it's being made, but that's kind of okay because there's going to be time for it to buffer on the belt before the ship comes back again. Oh, I should put in a chest for it to buffer into at the top as well, since this one doesn't go off. So I want to put in a steel chest here and an inserter here. Are we even making steel chests? I don't know. Looks like it, because I haven't got any complaints. Okay, so that's going to get us back into. That's going to use up the blue science packs here as quickly as we realistically can. So we'll find out what rate they're being actually produced at the moment. Production science. 77 a minute, which is about just over 1 a second. So despite having 20 machines across here, that is 20, isn't it? Can I count? I can count. 20 machines across here, we're still only producing just over 1 per second, which is a little bit disappointing. Oh, that inserter there can't keep up. Could have made it a stack one, I suppose. Hey Summit, yes I am indeed streaming on a Friday. I just felt like it, to be honest. I was having Factorio cravings, so I thought I'd do an extra stream and see who turned up. I reckon that could keep up. So that's making them at a speed of 2.5 per second, and these are using them at a speed of an eighth per second. So 8, 16. 20, yeah, so it should be spot on, and it does seem to be keeping up now, so that's probably all right. Yeah, it is a bit disappointing that that despite all of this, we still only seem to be producing about. Oh, but then that's 20. I said I was going to need 70 to produce 7 a second, so this isn't as fast as I was expecting it to be. This should be producing 2 per second, and over the last 5 seconds, it's okay. No, yeah, it is about 120 per minute. Okay, it is about 2 a second. All right. It was just over the last minute there was a dip in there somewhere. Okay, cool. So that is going at the speed I expected it to. It's currently inadequate, but it is the speed I would expect it to. So if we go over and look on Norvis at production, and science packs. Over the last minute, what's that? Oh, overall research output. Okay, interesting. We're producing it's actually about the same as we're doing at the moment on Norvis, and have been over the last. It's a little bit faster, but not enormously faster. So maybe I should ship these over and use the ones that are on Norvis as well, and go. Okay, between them, we're using about the right amount. I don't know. Between them, we're producing 4 a second to go with the 7 a second of the reds and the greens. It's probably okay. What's my consumption rate at the moment? Actually, come to think of it, that's a. Oh wait, then that is going to be my consumption rate is going to be that 100 a second, isn't? Oh, sorry, 100 a minute, because I've got. So yeah, I'm producing the blue science basically as fast as it's being produced faster than, or it can be produced faster than it's being used. How many machines have I got here making it? 36 at the moment. Okay, so so currently I'm making it more slowly on Gleba than I am on Norvis, because I just did a massive copy paste up here and went to silly speeds. So if I want to actually produce this, if I want this to actually be worthwhile, I need to increase this again. I need to do this again, and then probably a third time, and that'll take me up to 6. So four. I need to quadruple this system. And the big question is, can Upstream keep up with that? So at the moment, I'm using about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of my red circuit machines. So I could probably triple it, and it would be okay. Quadrupling it would be pushing it a little bit. Sulfur. Where's sulfur production? Sulfur production up here. Oh, sulfur production is absolutely fine. We're hardly using any of that. What was the other things? There's quite a lot of iron going into it. Iron production appears to be fine now that we've caught up. Well, yeah, iron is fine. Oh, and plastic for the red circuits. How's that going? Plastic production. And plastic production is fine as well. Okay, so I seem to be the only limiting factor here seems to be the red circuits, and I could extend those very, very easily just by going and putting a splat more of them on the end of it. I have only just started making any of my blue science on Gleba. I'm trying to move them. I'm trying to move them off Norvis at the moment, and my theory went well. The red and the green just require iron and copper, so let's do them on Vulcanus, because it's free. Iron and copper is free here. We can make it as fast as much as we want. Fine, let's just do that. So I've got red and green being made over here. Those are easy, very straightforward. Then I started looking, and I thought, okay, grey we'll do on Fulgora as well. It's going to require coal for the grenades, but other than that, everything that it uses is free stuff that's just produced in infinite quantities on Vulcanus. And I've got 500,000 coal here, and then another 13 million of it just over here. The coal is not going to be a serious problem on this planet. I think we can bring in enough of it for that to be okay. I haven't done that yet, but then I carried on looking through the lists, and I thought, okay, so we've got yellow science, I think utility science, make this one on Fulgora. Haven't done that yet, but it's a plan, because the processing units and the low density structures come straight out of the scraps. Those are freely available, basically unlimited, kind of unlimited, and the flying robot frames aren't made out of anything particularly difficult. The electric engine unit is going to require a bit of fiddling, but there's nothing difficult in there. So that's the yellow science. Purple science, I haven't really decided about yet, because you need quite a lot of red circuits in order to make the productivity modules and the electric furnaces. So, but you also need a lot of stone in order to make the rail. So it can't be Gleba because of the stone, and I don't really want it to be Vulcanus because of the red circuits, which require quite a lot of plastic, which is oil, and oil is a bit awkward on this planet. I'm not really making the rocket fuel fast enough, let alone for steal stuff off for other things. So I don't know about purple yet. But then I looked at chemical, and I thought all of this is stuff that we've got in huge quantities on Gleba. So we've got plenty. Sulfur is easy; it comes out of rotting fruit. Advanced circuits not too bad. That's just metals and plastic, and that's fairly straightforward. And engine units is just metal and metal and metal, iron in multiple different forms, and I've got decent amounts of that. So blue science, could produce that on Gleba. Why not? So I might actually just carry on producing the purple science on Norvis and produce everything else on exoplanets. That seems to be the way I'm currently going, and it doesn't seem to be a horrible idea. So yeah. And at the moment on Gleba, yes, we've got the what is my mining productivity? Mining productivity, where is it? Tips, that one, bonuses. Mining prod is plus 100%. That's a nice round number. I approve of that. And I'm also using big mining drills in some places. Ooh, what's happening? Oh, Norvis is getting attacked. Okay. Fairly ineffectually, but it was getting attacked. Maybe I should have a row of laser turrets up the back of here, but upgrading Norvis's defences is awkward because if I've done dumb things. Well, I've done things that are nominally clever, but turn out to be slightly awkward with the outposts, Roboports systems. Ooh, we've lost power to. I was going to say we've lost power to this area. I don't actually care because this whole area is deactivated, and we're not making steel this way anymore because it's a silly idea. Although there's a little bit of iron ore left in here that we could make into steel, so maybe we should link it in. I'm not sure why there's no power up here. I presumably broke a cable somewhere and it's just lost connection. So we'll fix that. And down here, I need to send an iron train in here at some point. Grab all the iron from here, take it away and unload it somewhere. So do I have an iron train anywhere at the moment? It would be over here, wouldn't it? And it'd be full. Yeah, it's over here and it's full. So I can't grab that one at the moment. But at some point, it'd be nice to empty out these two stations. Okay, so it looks like it's time to extend my Gleba factory wall a little bit, which is slightly awkward because it's just full of rockets down here. But never mind. So let's cut here. Oof, just sailing just along the bottom of the bus stuff. That's quite good. So we'll cut that. Then we'll extend it down a mile or two. Oh, I want to do that with. I want to do the Roboport RoboGrid blueprint. So we've got one there. I'd like to have one there, 2, 3. Is that far enough? I don't know. How much further down do you think I should go? Oh, and I should delete this. And that's going to give me a little bit of extra room to play in. But I'll probably come back and have other ideas fairly soon. So let's extend it a bit further than that. Over on this side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Yeah, let's go down to here. That'll do for now. And then I'll drop drop this blueprint in across the bottom. Link up the put in the turrets and things, and then just link it all back up together again. So here, sadly, they are pulling enormous numbers of rockets out of the turrets manual by robot, which is a silly thing to do. But oh well. What I probably should have done is cut off the supply of rockets going in over here, and then unloaded all of these into a chest at the end, and then I don't know what I'd have done with that chest, to be honest. It probably turned into a chest of shame because again, having the bots pick all of that up would have been fairly futile as well. But at least they're bringing them all up and putting them into this box up here, which means they'll get fed back into the defences eventually. They won't actually, because that box is just feeding the northern defences. The southern defences are being fed from... Oh, no, they're being fed from this rocket supply here. I think I'm going to start pulling rockets out of there because we're going to be pulling a lot of rockets out from other places otherwise. So if I put in a splitter there and run this over here, down here, in there, and then splitter there. So, yeah, they are going to end up in the same place, on the same side of the belt. Okay, how are we doing down here, bots? You're doing a good job, excellent. So I want to take a chunk of my wall from up here, so turrets and lightning turrets like that, and then I want to line these up with other ones. So there we go. So that lines up there perfectly. So I can put that there, And that comes down to how far my, a bit further would be good. Put in another copy of it there. And probably one, I don't know. Let's let the roboports finish placing first, so I can tell where I'm actually putting stuff before I get too engrossed in extending this the defensive wall down. Also, we're going to need a lot of landfill to be brought over from Vulcanus, but that happens automatically, so no worries there. We just wait patiently, and it'll all turn up. It's just going to take a long time. Ah, there we go. I've got a bottom over here, if you pardon the expression. So if I put that there, in fact, I've turned that on. There we go. Yeah, when these get built, we're going to be below the lowest roboports, but not so far below that we don't get any goodness fed through. So I can now put that, there. And then there. And we'll finish off across the bottom once some more roboports arrive. Okay, what I should also probably do at the same time is I should pull up any landfill that was in my previous rocket turret line, but I can't see where that was anymore. So I don't care. So I need probably another 3 of these for the time being. So I want to copy, I want to copy that. I can flip this vertically, and then all of the belts would line up a little bit more nicely, and it might be easier to put the extra stuff in. So do that, then flip it vertically again and do that, and vertically again and do that. So there we go. There's a rather large project for the bots to engage in, but I'm sure they're capable of it. Put that there and remove that bit of belt, because then, and also that bit, like so, because then I can put a splitter in here and feed that one down. Actually, I can feed that straight up into there. That's much better. Don't need this belt then. And then I can put a splitter in here, feed that down and onto there. I can put a splitter in there. Have this run down here like this to all of these. Like that. Yes, that's the last one. And then if I put splitters in along here, that's the iron being fed into all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lovely. And similarly, should I do the same with the... Should I have a joint belt of sulfur and red circuits coming down? I probably should. So let's remove that. Put that there instead. And then I can put my splitter in. I can put a splitter in here. And remove that. And that can go underground from there to there. And that comes down here and goes into, is it here? No, that's steel. So we'll go past here and feed into, yes, it's these two. Pass it all the way under there like that. And then there's room to put in a splitter there and there. This can come up here again like that. And this can go all the way underneath to there. And that's my blue circuits coming back out again. So that's nearly everything but the steel fed in now. So you will then come up here. This is my blue circuits. This is my blue science coming back out again. And that can join on to up here like this. Nice. And then it's just the steel input. I feel like it might actually be easier to bring the steel in further down from straight off the bus. So let's do that. Copy all of this. Boom. Put it there. Right, and then what I want to do here, I think, is I do want to split this off. So we'll put that there and there, and that comes up there. I have a belt coming into there, there, that, and then coming down from here to go in here. Right, so there we go. That is all of the science in the world. I don't think I need quite so many, or maybe I do actually. We'll come back and think about power in a moment, but I'm going to want, yeah, power along the middle of here, like that. Yeah, I think that's now crazy quantities of blue science. Oh, power along the bottom as well. I've run out of blue belts, I've run out of assembly machines, I've run out of everything, basically. But it's got most of what it needs to start running. Mod called Behemoth Enemies. Oh god. Yes, go ahead, Summit, but you might find you're better off sharing it on Discord than on Twitch. I'm not sure how well that's going to work. But yeah, Behemoth Stompers sound a little bit alarming. I'm feeling significantly less scared of the demolishers than I was previously. Because on Wednesday I took a railgun to some of them and discovered they just pop like balloons, which was quite funny. But yeah, meant they were a lot less scary than they had been previously. All right, okay, so that's gone pretty well for just going. Hey, here's an enormous blueprint. I feel the bots have done quite well, or the construction has done quite well. We're waiting for a few more assembly machines to be made, but that's not so bad. Oh, and down here I still need a little bit more of this. So zoom out a bit, put one in there, and there, and there, and there, and then probably come in here and go, oh, actually I need one more coming down this way as well, at least one more. Actually, that much is probably sufficient. Then down here, let's remove all of that. Don't need that. And then put in some turrets manually here. A gap and a gap, and it doesn't fit. Yay! How do these not meet up? Maybe they didn't meet up last time. So we're just going to have one very vulnerable rocket turret sticking out. Actually, I'll do it the other way. I'll have a not too vulnerable rocket turret on the inside here. And then we need inserters along here, and we're going to need power down here for all of this stuff. That's going to get built eventually. I might put in another one of these just down here. So we've got extra, because corners are often vulnerable. I think we've got enough defences on this planet that I'm not too worried about it. And I don't expect to get any attacks coming in from down here because we're not polluting in that direction. All the pollution is being produced up here in the north. But I don't want to be surprised in a rather unfortunate and painful way, so we'll do that. So how are we getting on here? We need another 521 landfill to get these defences finished off around the bottom here. Okay. And another 5 assembly machines. But I think some of the required landfill is in places like this. So this isn't a shortage of belts, this is a shortage of landfill. The Gleb is currently parked on Vulcanus and is being filled up with landfill, so it's going to come back with another 300 soon. 500 soon. Still not enough. Oh, I should make that 600 really, shouldn't I? There's probably space on this ship for all of that. Oh yeah, landfill's pretty dense, so once it gets to the ship, it's pretty dense, so we'll do that. Am I winning? Yes, I'd say I've decided to make blue science on Gleba because I'm an idiot. I mean, because it seemed like fun. So if that counts as winning, then yes, sure. Yeah, there is certainly things are happening, and I've got more. I don't think I need quite so many. I took out the top ones last time. Let's take these out. but it means I'm able to now make it significantly faster and with hopefully more replenishable resources than I was before. So, well, I had quite a lot of stuff being made on Gleba, so I thought we might as well use some of it rather than just making mossy science. Let's try and make something a bit more advanced. It's rather pwned my red circuit production though, so let's expand that a little bit, like so. And you know what? Let's go nuts. Have quite a lot of it. As long as I don't run out of landfill, I'm basically okay. But spoilers, I ran out of landfill. Yeah, so I'm still trying. But yeah, the production of blue science on Gleba seems to be going pretty well. It's being churned out at a reasonable rate. It was one of these rows, which has now just completely lost power. Oh, I pulled out all the bloody. Apparently, you did need them in there. Oh, because yes, they're further away on the other side. All right, let's put them back then. Maybe I don't need these ones then. Because we've got a way down here with only one row of them. So yeah, I can probably get rid of these ones. Except we've now not got a link through there. Yes, if I link through, then we're it's all fine. Right. Yeah, it seemed like a good idea. So my logic was I started off on Vulcanus. I thought, right, well on Vulcanus we'll make red science here because it's made out of purely iron and copper. So these are things that you have in plentiful supplies on Vulcanus. And my bus on, actually no, it goes back a step further than that. My main bus on Norvis was struggling to ship enough iron along it and enough copper as well at one point. So why is this not being put onto both sides of the belt? Which belt is what along here? I don't know. This is all awful. Yeah. So my main bus on Norvis was not being supplied with sufficient iron. So I thought that needed to be fixed. And there were various options I could have done, various ways I could have done it. So I could have come along and sped the belts up because they are blue. I could have put additional belts in. I could have moved the science production off the bus and put it into town somewhere else. But then, or I could have used stack inserters. But then someone pointed out that actually, why not move red science production off Norvis onto Vulcanus, where all of the resources are free, and you don't have to worry about patches running out or anything like that. So I thought, oh, that sounds like fun. So I'm doing that here now. We're producing red science and green science merrily over on Vulcanus because they're all just made. They're both made out of just iron and copper. So why not? It's nice and cheap over here. And how are we doing for supplies? And we've got enough of it at the moment. So that's going really well. And then I started looking through the rest of them, and I thought, well, grey science, I'll probably do that on Vulcanus as well, because we've got infinite quantities of stone coming out of the metal production. We've got infinite quantities of iron and copper to make the piercing rounds, and there's quite a lot of coal on this planet. I've not got it. This patch isn't huge, and I've used half of it up also already, but there's another 13 million over here, and there's 5 million down here, and there's quite a lot of coal on this planet basically. So I thought, yeah, okay, I'll do that. I haven't done it yet, but I will. Then I carried on looking along thing. I thought, okay, yellow science is just asking to be made out on Fulgora because you've got processing units and low density structures coming in decent quantities out of the scrap. So let's do that. And the flying robot frames, they're not too difficult to make. Batteries come out of the scrap in huge quantities. Electronic circuits are one recycle away from the red circuits or the blue circuits that come out. Steel is fairly easy. Electric engine units, not too bad. It's basically, it's green circuits, a load of iron and steel, and some lube, which can come straight out of the heavy oil lakes over there. So that's just asking to be made on Fulgora. Because at the moment, I'm getting the ingredients for it. So the blue circuits and the low density structures. No, sorry, the blue circuits are coming from Fulgora. The low density structures are coming from Vulcanus, and then they're being fed down a belt over here to where I'm making the yellow science at the moment, and I'm making the flying robot frames nearby. So there's so those are being these are just asking to be moved off to Fulgora, I think, which means then I'm going to be able to transport it over significantly more cheaply, because each one of these takes 3 low density structures, 2 processing unit, oh no, actually 3 of those, but I can bring them over a bit more cheaply as science packs than I can as ingredients. So let's do that. And then that turned into, well, what's left? Okay, there's purple science. Now, I can't make that on Gleba because it needs stone. I don't want to make it on Vulcanus because it needs red circuits, which means plastic, which means more coal processing. And the coal processing is already a bit of a struggle. So might end up leaving this one here. And then there's just blue science left. And this is just asking to be done on Gleba because it takes sulfur, which comes out of fruit. It takes advanced circuits, which comes out of fruit. And it takes engine units, which are made of metal, which also comes out of bacteria. So yeah, I thought it'd be fun to start making this out here on Gleba, and it's going quite well actually. As we said, the red circuits are a bit of a shortage at the moment, which is why I've chucked in some more machines here to try and make them a little bit quicker. We've got some way with that, and then I ran out of landfill, so you know it's coming along. Okay. Oh, and I need to do that, and can I? Wait, what? Oh, no, wait, undo that. That shouldn't be there. This machine is not... How is this one fast enough for all of these, but this one's not fast enough for... What? Oh, it's just filling up a buffer. Okay, that's all right then, I think. Now we do seem to have a shortage of plastic, though, so... in theory, everything should be fine. But then Gleba does have a habit of glebing on you every so often. So I imagine that what happened here was that there was a shortage of one of the inputs, probably the Yamako mesh. I don't seem to be making as much of that as I would like to, which is odd because I have a lot of Yamako. Maybe I need to speed module or just extend this thing here. I do now have plenty of fruit, so I think it's probably safe to extend it. But I am also massively overproducing. Actually, not massively overproducing on the jelly front. Jelly front. I'm happy to accept that level of jelly wastage. I think more Yamako would be a good idea. So that means we copy. I don't know, that much. I know that biochambers don't use power, yes, but if you put speed modules in them, then they do use more nutrients. So, depending on how you feel about your nutrient supplies, you may or may not want to increase them. What's this belt across the top? Oh, seeds. Okay, fine. Oh, yeah, could productivity module them, I suppose. I guess that would also use more nutrients, presumably, just because that's how these sort of buildings work. That isn't a serious problem necessarily, but it would be an increase in the rate of stuff getting used up. Why did you only half load stuff? What are you waiting for, apart from Christmas? Oh, you're waiting for signals. Right. There we go. I don't have yellow belts on this planet. Let's turn these into blues then. Well, the thing is, yeah, the real estate genuinely is free. It's about the only thing it is. I think I don't actually want any of these jelly nut machines to nut, though. I've got enough jelly coming through. It's the Yamaka mash that is the shortage. So let's cut them off like that. There we go. That's basically a solid belt of Yamako mashing its way through. I think I should probably take the spoilage out a different way at this point, because whilst it doesn't matter putting it on this belt. I'm kind of filling the belt up now. So maybe these should go somewhere else. Also, can we have a bit more nutrient fed through, please? Okay, he's coming through, just a bit gradually. Like 100 at a time or so. Let's increase that, because I feel like that's not letting enough through at a time. Let's make that 200. Yeah, I'm not short of fruit now, because I've got crazily... I had some issues and I oversized my plantations a little bit. So I think there's no real need to go with productivity modules, especially as I don't think I'm actually making them on this planet. And if I was going to prod mod stuff, it would probably be the science machines down here. I could put in a speed, a productivity, and an efficiency, or something like that, into every single machine, and get quite a bit more out for the inputs I'm putting in. Why am I still short? Oh, okay, here comes the plastic. I felt that's probably a good idea, really, and maybe into these as well. How's power supply going at the moment? Probably fine. It's doubled from when I was seeing it earlier. Thinking about it earlier. But that's mostly because, yeah, I've got a load of extra machines have kicked in now. That's fine. I haven't had any pentapod related incidents for a while because I've done quite a good job of pushing my pushing the pentapods out beyond my pollution area. So you can see this red circle moving up here. Hopefully you can see it on the stream. My artillery range on with my artillery trains is currently bigger than my pollution cloud. So they don't come in and attack. If I do an artillery range research, then I might get a brief flurry of them. But my defences are pretty good. I've got I've got all of these rocket turrets that will blast the big guys. Then I've got Tesla turrets and laser turrets on the inside to pick off all the little guys that come running in as well. And as you can see by the general graveyard of stomper shells, it's going pretty well. Yeah, having persistent corpses for enemies is a little bit disturbing, but yeah, it's going pretty well. And all of the pollution is being produced up here at the north end, so theoretically they'll never come in to investigate the south end of my factory. They might. It's not impossible, but in theory they probably won't. I've still got a wall of rocket turrets all the way and lightning turrets all the way around the edge, though, or at least I will have once the Gleb finally returns from its trip around the solar system collecting all kinds of toys, and is able to bring all this juicy landfill in and allow the construction over there to finish off a bit. It's taking a little while. Well, I kind of industrialised my rocket turret production, so I thought I might as well have lots of them. No harm in having too many, right? At the moment, I'm waiting for blue circuits because that's the limiting factor. And on Fulgora, limiting factor. Oh, actually, notice the limiting factor is still the number of blue circuits we have, which is a bit of a shame. I've got 18 of them, and those are getting stolen to make more rockets as well. Yeah, Fulgora doesn't seem to be making. I felt like when I first came to Fulgora, I had this embarrassment of riches with blue circuits. There were crazy numbers of them. They were just everywhere for the taking. So I did. And then I started shipping them off to all the other planets to start using them to make rockets on the other planets. And then my factory sort of gradually expanded, and suddenly Fulgora is not producing enough blue circuits to satisfy my entire solar system anymore. So yeah, my next step is probably going to be come out to Fulgora and start doing more scrap processing out here to, as I said, make the yellow science, and also to make more blue circuits. And also I need much bigger rocket launch systems. These two, I mean, yes, they work. I've got one for sending the science packs up and one for sending absolutely everything else up, and it does work, but it's not great. I could do with a lot more rocket silos, but I kind of built myself into a corner here because I was sort of just scrabbling stuff into place on Fulgora, and probably didn't use the island as efficiently as I might have done, but mostly also didn't really know what I was doing at the time because it was my first time on Fulgora, which I think is fair enough. So yeah, this is the next planet on the list. So my game essentially went. I started off on Norvis, obviously, built up a basic factory there that would allow me to start launching rockets. That was fine. Went off to Fulgora, was my first exoplanet. Built up. Well, this is the third generation of factory on Fulgora, and it it kind of basically works, I suppose. I seem to have filled up my circuit storage system, though, which is slightly awkward. Let's do that. Will that work? Yeah, kind of. I should probably start pulling out the tier 3. Actually, let's start pulling out the tier 3 green circuits, because I don't care too much about those. Tier 3 green. So yes, I built this up and started producing those science packs. Went off to Vulcanus, did a similar thing there. Off to Gleba, had a bit of a nightmare there, as you do. And then went round to the, and then went off to Aquilo and have started producing science there. At that point, I felt that basically everything was horrible, so I wanted to do lots and lots of rebuilds. So I started with Gleba, went out there and built the system you see now, which I'm actually pretty happy with. It's not as stable as I like for a Factorio factory, and you can't build up buffers of a lot of stuff because it all goes off if you try. But it basically works, so I'm not too I'm pretty happy with it, even if I do need to come in and tinker with it from time to time whenever things aren't running quite as nicely as I would like them to. But it's mostly fairly good. Oh, and look, the red circuits have caught up. Then I went back out to Vulcanus because I ran out of tungsten. I had a tungsten patch here it was, but I've basically got all of it now, apart from 503 there and 29 there. So I then had to come out and deal with some more demolishers, which has allowed me to come out and get this tungsten patch, which I've taken. Well, it was 3 million before, now it's 2.9, so I am making a notable dent in it. But that's running. And while I was out here, because I am currently out here, as you can see, I'm hiding under a bridge down there like a troll. I thought, yes, it's time to start expanding science. So I've done these two, and then my next thing was start doing the blue science over here on Gleba, because that seemed like a good idea at the time, because I'm a lunatic, as previously described. And yes, lots and lots of rocket turrets, but none of these are loaded yet, so these are all fairly harmless, because I need to get this bit over here built up so that they can get passed along through the inserter dance. And that requires the landfill that we've been waiting for. So, yes. Interesting. Now, I felt that Fulgora, I think part of the reason I used the lightning towers and accumulators was because that's clearly what you're meant to do. And so I wanted to play with a new mechanic. But that's a fair point, that using ice to make water and then solid fuels and turbines and so on is, that does make sense. I think... I'm sure I've heard people saying that there isn't enough ice to do stuff with, and I think in this context stuff was referring to making enormous quantities of doing lots and lots of oil cracking to make petroleum gas and such like. There isn't really enough ice for that, although you could have it being dropped in from a space platform, I suppose. There does seem to be a lot of solid fuel. I'm very, very aware of that, and I'm probably turning that into advanced solid fuel over here. I don't even know, actually. I'm not sure why I don't have more solid fuel. There's some, but it's all getting passed around. I don't know. It's been so long since I built this stuff up that I can't really remember how it works. I do know that I'm churning through trying to make higher quality stuff over here, though, and I've got quite a bit of legendary. Is that legendary miscellanea? And so when I want to build up something like my armor, for example, it's a what does that colour mean? Epic, and with various with rare stuff in it to an extent. So I'm at a stage now where I could probably do with an upgrade of a lot of this stuff, but it kind of works, so I haven't bothered. I haven't got to fusion yet. I've researched it, but I haven't tried to build any. I've been distracted by other projects. So what goes into it? Oh, it's not too bad. Yeah. It's probably about time I started thinking about fusion, but at the moment I've been playing with other things, so I just haven't needed to. So I'm sure at some point I will definitely play with fusion power at some point, but at the moment it's one of those things where I'm not necessarily putting it off. There's just so many other things that I want to do that I get distracted and I go off and go, I'll make this and I'll make this and I'll make this and then I haven't made fusion power because I've been trying to upgrade all the science packs and that sort of thing. So it's a thing that sort of it gradually gets itself out of control, basically. So while I'm thinking of it, let's have a look at the grey science and some of the numbers for that, and let's put down some machines, see what we need, and work out what sort of quantities we're going to need in. So I'm trying to make science at 7 per second at the moment. I don't know why it's 7. I think it's because that's what I arbitrarily managed to build over here with the red science based on what was coming out of here, or I'm putting a load of machines down. And I went, okay, yeah, that'll do. That is 7 is a number. We'll go with that. But I can always copy and paste these if when I decide that I actually want to have 14 science per second. So if we tell you to do grey science, then we're going to need to you're making a quarter of a science pack per second, which means I need 28 assembly machines to make it at the speed. And yes, I know I could put in modules and beacons and so on, but my plan is actually to make these up at the this sort of speed to start with, and then if when I decide there's not enough, I can come around and put in more beacons in all of. I can put in modules in these beacons, and I can put modules in the machines, and I can find ways to squeeze beacons in around all of this maybe, and then get an increase by putting in beacons and modules without having to actually build up another system. So it's deliberate. I'm deliberately not putting in the beacons. So what was it? It was 28 machines, 28 of these. I assume you can't make walls in anything else. Probably. I should check that though, just in case there's something weird that allows you to make walls in a cheese machine or something. No, so assembly machine 3 to make walls, fine. And stone bricks are made in an electric furnace. Okay, so we need one of those. It seems funny that you can use foundries for cooking everything except stone. But sure. So we need a quarter of those per second, but we need 28 of that. So 28 times that, which is 7 per second. And these make 2.5 per second, so I need 3 machines making that. So that's 3. And 3 of those is going to take in 25, 37.5 stone. Sorry, 37.5 bricks. That's a crafting speed of 2. I'm going to have to look it up in here because it's a silly machine. Stone bricks have a crafting second. So it's 3.2, so 1.6 seconds to make them. And I'm going to need 37. Oh my god, I'm going to need a lot of electric furnaces. Okay. So I need 37.5. And I've forgotten the number already. It was 1.6 seconds per brick, wasn't it? Yeah, 1.6 second per brick. So 1.6 times 37 is about 60. 60? It's ridiculous. Okay. So 60 and 28. Okay. Let's start off with these then, because I'm going to forget all the numbers if I try to go any further. How many stone bricks was it? How many stones was it to make a brick? 2. Okay, so I'll run the stone up the outside and the bricks down the inside. I don't know if I'm going to be making enough stone for this. 60. That's crazy. Extend the belts properly, that would help. Right. Okay, so that... In fact, let's do that, because then it's only going to be 15 long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 10, 15. This is silly, silly numbers. I mean, I am making a lot of science at this point, to be fair, but even so. So that's an input, that's an input, that's an input. I hope I've got a red belt bringing stone up. That's not a good start. I mean, I can upgrade that. It's not a problem, but it still seems silly. I've noticed in Space Age, a lot of rocks explode into a lot of stuff, particularly the ones on Gleba. When you go out and pop one of those iron bacteria colony things, you get a crazy amount of just miscellaneous stuff out of it. And you go, now, okay, what do I do with all this? It's a bit ridiculous. And your bots just spray stuff all over the place. Oops, that way. Okay, there's my input. There's my stone inputs. Here's my brick outputs. No, don't do that. Just go through the rock. We've talked about this. Right, there is a quantity of stone bricks. Jeez. Okay, so now let's put in the 28 of these next. So that's 15 long. So 28. So if I make them too wide, then that's going to basically be the 30 that I'm looking for. Oh, I didn't think about power. Oh well, I'll come back and power them soon. Wait. Oh, sugar. That's not right. Right, let's try that again. You come up here, there to there, and then put that in there, and then these come up here. There we go. There's my stone bricks. Right, so machine's making science packs. So I've got, this is 15 long. I wanted 28 of them. So if I make, if I just go all the way, there's going to be room here to put that and that in there. I'm going to need to split that there, and then in which case that goes up to here and also goes along there. Nope. There. Like that. You're going to be making, you two are going to be making grey science. Yep, like that. And you're going to need multiple inputs, of course. We're going to have the grey science output there. So you're going to also going to need another belt that brings in the speed doesn't matter. It takes 10 seconds. Long inserts can do all of that sort of stuff. Right. So we'll have another belt come in here, and no. This belt goes out here, sorry, and we'll have another belt come in here. That's what I meant. And we'll have another belt come in here. Oh yeah, this is one of the demolishers I demolished. Turns out, as I say, they pop like balloons when you blap them. Quite a lot of ice, but could use accumulators and collectors. I did notice the accumulators were very, very space hungry. They use up a lot of space. They contain enough accumulators to power everything. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's a. I mean, but so I would imagine that using turbines would be a bit more space efficient. But I have to admit, I haven't done any sort of calculations or checks on that. There we go. You should have used my my channel's official shared seed thing that we declared on the Discord channel after some when we got started, and somebody started playing. So we picked one somewhat arbitrarily, admittedly, but right, that way and that way. So yeah, most of us are playing with that particular seed. So let's get rid of the remains of the demolisher. There we go. Okay, so I then need 14 of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and let's do the whole lot again. 28. There we go. So that's all the machines making the science packs. Right, now I can go back a step again and start doing the maths for the ammunition. So over here we need 1 every 1/8 of a second, and no, this is what it is what I meant to do. If we go in here, these are made. These take 0.41 of a second to make. So I need 8 per second. No. I need 28 divided by 8 per second, which is 16, 24, which is 3.5 per second. And this makes a bit less than half. It's 0.4. 8, 16, 8, 16, 32, 8. Call it 10 machines making making red ammo. And how long does it take? Which means which also means four of these per second. And these are made at 1.25 per second, so that requires 3.5. So 4 machines making 4 to 10. Okay. That's going to be taking in ammo and steel and copper. So feed that out to both of these, like so and so. And then we'll have grenades coming in here as well when I finally get round to them. But in the meantime, this is going to be making my red ammo. So we're going to have a belt of iron and copper coming in. No, a belt of steel and copper coming in here, and a belt of ammunition, regular ammo coming in along. So it's going to have to come in like this, really. Actually, let's leave room for stuff in the middle like that. So then put my regular ammunition making up here. And this is going to be copper and steel. In fact, we'll bring those down from further up together, because they're both going to come from smelting machines, like the iron that's going to come in here. Let's move you across one just for the sake of sanity. Right, so that's going to be iron coming out as ammunition. So that's easy. And I wanted 4 of these. Blorp, blorp, blorp. And then down here we're making the better ammo. So it's that and an exerter as well. Belt. And I need 10 of these. And I know that belt's... Oh, no, the belt's not wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 10, but I want to leave more of a gap for power and stuff than that. So let's move all of this up about that far. And now I need more roboports. Yay! Robogrid. Which I'm apparently not using the robogrid on this planet. Alright, fine. I'll just carry on roboporting manually like this then. I'll go there, and I'll put the other one over here, where there's just about room. Should put it on the outside like that. There we go. Might get in the way of the bus at some point, but it'll probably be fine. And okay, need power over here as well. There we go. Oh, and these have not joined up because they're slightly too far apart. Clearly, I guess what I should have is large pylons running all the way up the middle, like this, but I'll do it with substations instead. Also, was that me being short of power I just saw? No, it wasn't. That's fine. Lots of rocket launchers, but not a power shortage. That's okay. The Gleb is still here. Fine. What are you still waiting for? Oh, you're dropping ice down. You're still waiting for more landfill, and you've got 300. Only got 300 of it so far. Has it done a loop and got back here, or is it? Yes, it has. Okay, it's gone all the way around and come back again. Fine. That in that case, I'm not upset. So now, yes, we've got all the rocket turrets in place. We've loaded them all up, and I think nope, there's a mistake over here. We're missing a inserter like that. So this southwest corner is a little undefended, but in a moment we'll have a. Here it comes. Have we caught up? Oh, we've stopped making blue. Oh, we've run out of iron. I'll go and have a look at that in a second. Here comes the bot. Bing. And then we have the inserter dance. All the way along from, well, it just goes on forever, basically. Oh, up to about here, where I chucked some spare rockets I had in my inventory into the into some of the turrets. So some of these have got a few more than the regulation number of rockets. But yeah, that'll all catch up. Right. So what is going on with the iron? Why is the iron sad? The iron is sad. Oh, the iron is not sad. The iron is sad because we've run out of calcite. Ah. Right. That was probably inevitable. We are trying to summon calcite from space, and there is 32 on the way. The problem is, generating large quantities of calcite from a space station is tricky. Doesn't seem to be a huge amount of it in orbit over Gleba, and we currently have the Kirk and the Snowball 2 in orbit over Gleba. Why? Oh, you haven't got any of those yet because I haven't got an automatic rocket launcher yet. Fine. And it's making calcite. And it's dropping it down as fast as it can, I think. But sadly, yeah, there you go. There's a bit more of it. But even a spaceship like this, my standard sort of my standard Aquilo capable spaceship, at least once it gets its rocket turrets, is not capable of dropping enough calcite down to keep the place happy, because it basically only comes from the water asteroids, and there don't seem to be very many of them. There doesn't seem to be any of them around, which is a bit of a pain. So yeah, good, not good, not very good. Maybe I should have an emergency backup system that does iron plates the old-fashioned way and doesn't use calcite and just uses a load of electric smelters over here to produce an emergency backup supply of iron plates if I'm ever short of them. But I don't really like that idea. Not sure how to fix this, other than make some sort of ludicrous massive spaceship thing that could just float over Gleba and produce larger quantities of calcite. Probably have to do that at some point, so that'll be interesting. Why didn't I send you the seed before you found the channel? I guess the question is, why didn't you find the channel sooner, really? Let's just reverse that one. Okay, so where was I? Oh yes, I was poking at Vulcanus still. Having the joy that is trying to make massive quantities of metals and ammunitions and stuff. So, we are a fraction of the way there. I've made the I've got the I've got bricks being fed directly in to try and make science packs out of. That's not how you make science packs. You need to turn them into walls first. Also, I've not got enough stone coming in. How is there so little stone when there's so much stone down here? Because we're not making any metals, apparently. Okay. And I'm just throwing away quite a lot of it because I had too much stone before. Right, okay. First things first, let's well, I don't know whether I'm on first things at this point or not. Let's upgrade this to green belts. Oh, I should upgrade these to stack inserters as well. That would give me a bit more capacity. Oh, recycling. Okay. I'm just chucking it into the lava because I am destructive, and that it amuses me too. Hello, Evan. I can tell. Yeah, you do seem to quite like the pink hair emotes. I've noticed. Emily, yes. Oh, why does that keep stop? Every time I move the camera, the drag. No. What are you? The hell! Stop that. All right. Every time I move the camera, it stops dragging. which is a bit weird. And sometimes I think my mouse is on its way out. I think I might need to upgrade, get a new one at some point, because I'm pretty sure it doesn't click quite as reliably as it should. What's going on here? Just keep doing the thing. Oh, yeah. Okay. If you drag backwards, it turns out then it decides that means you want to go underground, which is apparently a thing. I guess that's a feature. Kind of. Well, you claim it's a feature if you're trying kind of desperate. There we go. Why not use the downgrade plan? Downgrade planner? You mean upgrade planner, presumably. I need to turn these into walls anyway. So, a wall... Oh, I don't even know how much... I've lost track of numbers again. I need lots of machines to make walls, basically. And they make about 5 stone bricks that take half a second. So it's not going to actually be that many. These guys are making half a stone brick a second. Or a bit more than. And these will make 10 stone bricks per second. So 10, it's almost 20 times the number. These are what? How wide are these? 15. Let's try putting one wall machine on the end of each one of these and see how it goes. So an assembly machine. There, and there. Extend that. Extend that. And then a new belt comes from here. Goes up like this. And then that comes in here. And we swear loudly because we've put all those stone bricks on the belts up there. And I'm very, very sad about that. So you're going to make wall. You're going to make wall. You're going to make wall. Right, so down here and then in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. Squeeze it in the gap there. Lovely. Right, let's just break that for a second. I'm just going to remove all of this and this and this for purposes of tidying up and rage. Oh yes, I know you can use the upgrade planner as a downgrade planner as well. I just wasn't sure how that would help when I was trying to upgrade red belts to green belts, and occasionally accidentally made some undergrounds. That's a lot of bricks to be removing. Sigh. Okay, so up here I'm going to need to be putting in some foundries to make the metals for this stage. So we're going to need iron plates here and copper and steel as well. So I'm going to put 3 foundries in across here. I have a pint of tea. See, tea. It is delicious. Well, it's a little bit hoppy for my taste, really, but it's quite nice. Yeah. So delicious pint of tea. It is indeed a beer. It's called tea, which stands for traditional English ale. Oh. Put those belts back in anyway. There we go. I quite like Guinness, but there's only so much of it I can drink before I'm full, basically. It's yeah, one of those that's quite filling in quantity. Where was I? Oh yes, I was going to put in some foundries, and then I removed them because I did some undoing to undo other things. Right, so I've put you there. Put 3 of them in along there like that. Right. And then, no, wait. I should be able, stop it. Stop clicking on the wrong things. Move them down 1. There we go. Then run this along. Come on. Okay, oh, it is. Right, it is working. I was just being, I don't know, difficult or something. And then that, and that, and that. It goes across there and down there. Right, so we make the iron plates here. We make the copper plates here, and we make the steel here. And the question is one of each of these going to be sufficient? No, I mean Guinness. I enjoy Guinness sometimes. I think I drink the alcohol-free Guinness more than I drink the real one, because sometimes I end up in a pub when I'm driving when alcohol-free Guinness is either the only or is the closest to an acceptable alcohol-free beer they have available. So I think probably drink the alcohol-free one more often than I drink the real one, because even the alcohol-free one isn't too bad. Right, so how are we doing here? So this is going to use up 20 iron per second. This is going to make... These numbers don't feel right. I was expecting this to be way faster, but no, you use a lot of iron. You use up iron really, really quickly making ammunition. So that's good. So if these are using 20 per second, and this is producing 3 3/4, then I'm going to need to actually change this quite a bit. I'll put you guys up there for now, out of the way, and then copy that one. 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a lot of iron. I am honestly quite surprised. I was not expecting to need this many foundries to produce the iron for my ammunition. But okay, the numbers probably don't lie. I guess I am using up quite a lot of it. Right, next question: how many of these have I got? I've got 10 of those. So I need 20 copper and 20 copper, 4 steel. Okay, so I need 2 machines making steel. And I need, again, 6 making copper. Blimey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I'm actually not going to put these here, so building them like this is probably slightly silly, but never mind. Let's take. Actually, maybe I do want them about here. Let's line them up with the ones below anyway. So like that, but with enough room for the piping. Let's put them there. That feels like a good place. Then I can run this across the top, and then down here, and remove all of that. Oof. Okay, so then I need a pipe along here, and an underground pipe in the middle of here. This is turning out to be a lot bigger than I expected. Now, granted, if my red circuit production is that big, and my green circuit production is that big, I should expect my grey circuit silence production to be quite big as well. But even so, this is surprising me, the sheer scale of it. But that should be okay, I think. I now need to find my iron supply, which is here. And bring it across from here. Where is my main bus at the moment? Okay, so okay, of course, there's the 1, 2, 3, 4. The substations are on it. 1, 2, 3, 4 in the gaps for it. 1, 2, 3, 4. And link up the pipe there. I feel like, given I've got my iron, molten iron here, let's just bring it straight up from here to here, and then go along here with it, rather than running another long pipe all the way over here. I also will need the molten copper, which comes on this pipe. to somewhere up here. The molten copper can come in like this, I suppose. Missed. And oh, I've made my molten iron pipe too long. I'm surprised. Now I think about it, I'm surprised it took this long. I also don't know how, where is it gets too long? Is it because it was fine up to here? What if I cut it here? Now are you okay? Yes. What about to here? That seems to be all right. Okay, can I put it? Have I got pumps on this planet? Is a pump going to be enough? A single pump? I don't know. We'll find out. Copper, yeah, copper's having the same problem. Let's do that and that then. Oh yeah, we do have pumps. Excellent. I don't strike you as a big drinker. Okay. How little you know me. No, I tend not to drink when I'm streaming, usually, because I find it doesn't make it makes me a noticeably worse streamer. But tonight's Friday, so I didn't care. Yeah, I find that it sort of slows my it makes my speech patterns a bit, or my speech a little bit less coherent. I tend to stumble over what I'm trying to say a bit more, and I'm more likely to make daft mistakes. So usually when I'm streaming, I tend not to be drinking. Although if I'm playing GTA, then maybe I will, because that sort of it's just a different feel of game. So right, there we go. Ammunition. Just grenades now then. Which should go on here. And I need, how many of these machines were there again? 28. Yeah, exactly. In fact, I do remember noticing, it was sort of back in the day when I played, when I was playing quite a lot of GTA San Andreas. I found that if I'd been drinking, my luck got more so. So my good luck got more and my bad luck got more. So I'd pull off particularly good stunts and I'd also have particularly stupid crashes. So this is why I don't drink and really drive. But it was, yeah, it was quite noticeable that it seemed to be both better. I was both better and worse at the same time, which I found interesting. Okay, so I need to make enough grenades to keep these 28 machines run. I need an eighth of a grenade a second. 28 divided by 8 we said was 3.5. Yeah, 3.5. So I need 3.5 grenades a second. One assembly machine can make grenades. That's one grenade. Can make a fraction of one a second. Okay, that's an awkward fraction. I want to make 3.5 per second. So 350 divided by 15. I'm going to cheat for this one. 350 divided by 15 is 24, rounded up. So 24 machines making grenades. Which is going to require 24, 36. Yeah, 36 coal per second, and 20, about 20, and about high teens of iron per second. Okay, 24 of these then. So have them like that. Belt comes out here like that. And input belt on there and there. And then we tell you guys to make grenades. This is a lot of grenades. I could probably do the military science a bit more slowly, really. Because I don't tend to do military science flat out. You just don't, do you? So, how many of these did I say? 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. Ooh, look, a patch of what's name? Calcite. I'm very English and elegant with words. Yeah, I'm. Yeah. I am. I'm aware. I'm quite well spoken, and so I certainly am not taking that as an insult. It sounds like a compliment, I think, really. But yeah, there's definitely don't fit the perhaps I don't fit the drunken stereotype, but you'll notice that I'm drinking ale rather than lager, so that I have that part of this, that stereotype going. Right, so I need to have iron and coal coming in here. So let's just do it like this and have a splitter. No, there we go. Put a splitter in there. Feed in the iron and the coal like that. So I can have a belt, don't need that, running along here. And, what was it? It was 18 stone, 18 mumble iron. So I'm going to need another 5 of these probably. All doing iron plates. Like that. The T, if you look very, very closely, stands for traditional English ale. So it is indeed genuinely beer. So yes, the T does have alcohol in it. I don't drink the more what people usually mean when they say tea. I find it just tastes like it tastes like water that someone's taken some hot water and put some leaves in it. And I know that's quite literally exactly what it is, and that's what people like, but personally, not a fan. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. And a little pipe like there. Oh, I should do the same over here. 2, 3, 4. That'll do. Right, there we go. If these pumps can keep up, then that will be my iron plate. Oh, and some inserters would be useful, wouldn't they? Bump, 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 bump. And oh yes, splitter there. That I remember. Yes, putting splitter there, and then we have a coal supply coming in here. So I need to go and find my coal, which is this belt. Why are there pipes in my coal belt? I don't know. All the way up to here. And split that off there. And then I can't. Oh, right. Okay, I can tell. So it's, yep. Well, that's right. And then underground. 2, 3, 4. Yep. There and there and there and there. Blimey. Okay, so I've clearly used up all of my foundries and my assembly machines. So it's had the same thing that happened when I was building out on Gleba, in that I've built up so much stuff that I've run out of machines to do. Built up so much infrastructure that I've run out of the buildings to do it, which is fine, I guess. Inevitable, really. I'm going to need another rocket silo over here with all of this underneath it to keep it actually making rockets. I'm going to want this sort of thing going into it as well, like that. Then to bring another belt in, I guess I'll do it up here because why not? Here is a gap. Let's bring that in like that. And then that's here. Here is a probably gap in the bus. If it's not, that can be future Laurence's problem. That goes through there, and this comes up here like too far. that. There we go. And now I just need to bring the air belt out from here. So like this. And as ever, we have rockets launching in the background. But I mean, that's quite good. 1, 2, 3, 4. What? No, underground. There we go. 4, 4, 4, 4. Right. So, if we ever get everything we need, if we are, it's these pipes up here. They're the problem. Have I run out of Roboport range? I could believe that's right on the edge of it. Yes, it is. Okay, so I need another Roboport. You go in here, because it'll fit. And similarly, it'd be nice to have one over here. Actually, that'll work. Yeah, put that there. All right, now we can get all of that built up, and all of that built up, and maybe we can start making grey science. No, I'm not. I'm not a coffee drinker at all. So whilst I don't particularly like tea, and I think it tastes a bit weird and meh, and I don't actively hate it. It's sort of if I had to, I could manage to drink some of it. Coffee, I actively dislike. Would not drink coffee, given any sort of choice. Right, pile of grenades coming through now. That's good. Oh wait, I need that there. That would help to feed all of these machines across the top. What would also help quite a lot would be a bit more stone coming through. So this is kind of crazy. I felt like previously I had more stone than I knew what to do with. But suddenly, actually now let's do this. Turn this around. Yeah, but suddenly, oh, stop doing. Oh, fuck it. This stupid gate. Well, no, just put this belt through here the way like I'm telling you to. Stop trying to be. I don't know. I honestly trying to be clever. I don't think it's trying that hard. It's just not doing what I wanted to do. Right, do that. Get the stone through from these machines. Yeah, so after having far more stone than I knew what to do with for ages, now I've got a massive shortage of it. And there's some down here that's just being thrown away still anyway. Although, to be fair, that's going down to be made into landfill, which I've been using on Gleba, as you've been seeing. But I've got enough of that I feel I don't need to really protect it too carefully. Had a flurry come through there, so we lost a bit, but... Well, as I've said a couple of times, in theory, I'm not... I don't know... I might be okay with my quantity of stone production, because I don't need my military science production to run absolutely flat out, because I don't use it as much as I use some of the other ones. At the moment, I'm using it because I'm doing railgun shooting speed, but then the next one is going to be, I don't know, maybe it's going to be mining productivity, which doesn't use grey, and then maybe I'll do electric weapons damage will use it. Maybe I'll do worker robot speed or something like that. Most of the sciences don't use grey science, so I think it's probably fine. I will happily admit to being strange. I can go with that. This iron production doesn't seem to be as sufficient as I was expecting it to be. So down here we're using 3/4 per second. 3/4 of 48 is 36. Oh. Yeah, that's way out. I was producing about 16. Let's make that a little bit bigger. So yeah, double it. That'll be a. I should probably slightly more than double it. Let's put in 2 more. There we go. A bit more than doubled, and that will be enough once we should be enough. But as I say, it's military science. It's currently going to be limited by stone production, but in general, it's going to be limited by the rate that it's going to be limited by the rate we can actually use it up at. So if we look at the production at the moment, sorry, we can look at sciences over the last hour. Oh, you can see, yeah, this green line here is the grey science starting to appear. And we've got spikes on these ones as they're being used. And you can see that they're not being used particularly solidly. So it's just getting these occasional spikes along here. Grey science is falling off again already, probably because we've run out of stone. But it's getting up to about the same sort of height when it kicked in. So I think I built it correctly. It's just I have insufficient supplies coming in. So, however, when we start making red and green sciences more, then that'll mean which we were just then actually, to be fair. That should mean more stone coming through, which should mean more everything else being. It should mean more grey science available to make. I think I am going to divert this belt upwards. Like this. And join it onto there. Because I don't want to throw this away. I do want this to just be excess overflow. Like that. It's not quite as excess as it seems to be claiming to be, but there we go. Now it's all flowed through. Yeah, so now we're not losing this part anymore. It does mean this 3,700 landfill down here will have to be enough for Gleba for a while, but since it seems to only go up to rockets in about piles of 10 at a time, that much will take, and plus what's on the belt over here, will take a very, very long time to ship. So I think we're probably going to be okay for a while. Slightly more concerning is the rate we're going to start using the coal up at over here, because I've got now that I'm pulling through large quantities of it from these mining drills. Maybe it's time to have another row of drills in here, just to make sure we can keep drilling as fast as we would like to. Don't need that one at the top. Don't need those two anymore. So I could put in another column of drills like that in on the bottom, on the side over here. Boink, like that. And then run that across here and stick a splitter in there. There we go. So that's going to allow me to now start mining. I'm now mining the entire patch. So when this runs out, I'm going to have to go, oh no, and panic and go off and find another one. As I said, there's a good one over here. I'm going to have to go and have some sort of negotiations with the demolisher that currently owns that area. But let's go now and see if he's up for a little bit of playtime. And by playtime, I mean balloon bursting. Yeah, this is a nice mining, a nice patch of coal. I'll look forward to coming in and claiming that. Surely it's not completely unguarded. And there's the red hatchings on the map and everything. There he is. Oh, it's a little one, I think. Yeah, it's a little one. It does amuse me that my lasers do so little damage to the demolisher that it doesn't even aggro him. Is it literally 0 damage? Does it have 100% resistance to lasers? Yes, it does. So laser and impact do literally no damage at all to it. However, physical, on the other hand, does do a little bit of damage. So, yeah, that's a little bit more effective. Kind of almost seems cruel. But then I can come in over here and I can claim this patch, and that's a really big patch of coal. So that's going to keep me going for a while. I will need to build a railway over here in order to claim it and bring it back over to the main central factory. So I think I'll let it run a little bit longer. Yes, that was indeed the railgun. It is ludicrous. And yeah, so after all of the efforts it's been to demolish demolishers in the past, suddenly the railgun just makes them seem really, really easy. It's almost cruel. No, in fact, I think it probably is cruel. They're just not a danger anymore. I think I said earlier, they just pop like a balloon when you hit them with one of those things. Right, so we have grey sciencing. Lovely. That means the next thing to do is to get the Tango and to tell this one to also fill up. Oh, actually, I should assign a request over here. So I want to have grey science. I would like to have 2,000 of it, and I would like to import it from Vulcanus. There we don't go. Grey science, Vulcanus, 2,000. Tick. Right, okay, it's worked that time. Add in an additional thing down here saying if this could possibly be the any request 0 at this point, couldn't it? Oh well, never mind. Item count, cargo, doodly doodly doodly. That one equals 0, and item count. Ammunition is greater than 500. There we go, and that should be an ore. And then it sets off immediately to go and get some grey science. Lovely. And we're nearly out of red and blue and green sciences over there, so that's so it's a good time to come back. Oh yeah, the centipede. That was the game where you shot out individual segments of the centipede, and each one turned, each part of it then turned into a separate enemy, wasn't it? I vaguely remember that. Right, it's going to take a little while to get there, isn't it? So yeah, it's going to take quite a while to get there. But by the time it does, yes, there we go. We've got a rocket now, so that's good. We like having a rocket, and we're carrying on building the second one. It's full up to 1,000. So yeah, we'll have. It can arrive, and then both of these silos can do 2 launches in all 3 of these silos can do 2 launches in pretty quick succession. Maybe even this one as well, if we've used up any of the orange science. And there's 642 in there. Okay, it's going to be a little while. We're going to have to churn out another 400 science packs before the rocket can actually go. And yeah, as previously discussed, it does seem that the rate the stone is coming in is the limiting factor. So that's yeah, it'd be nice if we had a bit more stone available, but we don't. But maybe I was going to say maybe we will in the future. I'm not sure if that's actually going to be the case. That would be quite entertaining. You shoot a demolisher, you shoot a big demolisher, it turns into 2 medium demolishers. You shoot a medium demolisher, and it turns into 2 small ones. Yeah, I like that idea. I did previously. I tried kiting demolishers into each other. It turns out they will actually just phase straight through each other, so you can't make them collide and kill each other that way, which is a bit of a shame. But it was an entertaining thing that was worth a try. Halfway, and we are 700. Okay, so there's not quite going to be enough in here to satisfy the spaceship when it arrives, but I suspect that by the time it next comes out here, we probably will have enough. Why are these rocks on the top of my belts? I don't like that. Right, let's go and have a look at Gleba while we're waiting. So over here we seem to have the iron shortage is still a little bit problematic. But how much blue science have we made? We've got 8,000 in this chest. Okay, so I think the blue science might be all right. Is the Kirk doing? No, the Kirk is not doing blue science transportation. It is trying to pick it up. In fact, it has picked it up, but it hasn't, and it's got 400. Where are you? Oh, you're at Norvis at the moment. Is Norvis asking for it? Yeah. Turn that off. No, Norvis is not asking for it. Yes, it is. But it also needs to ask for grey science. That one. 2,000. Drop. Right, so that'll arrive when on the next ship. Oh, interesting. Space age without space. I heard of that and just thought, what? But yeah, I can sort of see. I guess I can sort of see the interest in it. But I don't know. Oh, we've run out of military science here as well. Let's do different research then. Let's do a mining productivity for now to get the labs actually doing something rather than sitting there idling. There's no point in sitting there. Oh wait, they were running. Oh, we have some military science, just not very much coming in. There's just about enough in there to keep the system happy. But we're not feeding any more in from here. So this seems like a good time to stop the military science running. and the blue science running, because we're about to get a load of that brought in. Where is military? Military. If you're a military science, where would you be? Ah, here it is. So we'll cut you. Cut. What are you doing? You're going down here to something else. That's purple science. We won't break that. Cut you. I'll cut you. Why is this stopped? Oh, there's a stone problem over here as well. That's sort of... I want to call it ironic, but I'm afraid Alanis Morissette will come and hit me. Where's that going? Oh, it's going up to belts. Okay, well, we don't want to break that then. Do that. I'll cut that off. This is still making plastic over here. That's fine. So we'll get through. We'll churn through this blue science. I don't know why there's no stone bricks coming through. Is Norvis having... Oh, here are some stone bricks. Norvis is clearly having some sort of stone-related crisis. I have a stone mine somewhere. Maybe it's not very... Maybe it's very, very slow. I can't remember where it is. It's been so long since I've been on this planet. Oh, here it is. Yeah, okay. I can see why we're having a stone problem at the moment. Yes. So it's probably a good thing I've started to make the military science somewhere else. I guess I need to go and find another stone patch. There's one there of 2.6 mil. That's not bad. There's a much bigger looking one up here of 6 mil and here of 3.5 mil. That one's outside my borders. There's only 2.8 mil anyway. So yeah, I think going after this one next is going to be the thing to do. So let's... no, that's not what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. Let's build out my robo-grid out to here. Let's put one in the water there. And then sooner or later, once that gets built, I can come out and actually build a mine on there, put in the stations, yada yada yada, and yeah, then we should start getting some resources from there. Going to everything. You finally managed to farm Prometheum asteroids without babysitting. Nice. That's kind of how I feel about Gleba. I finally got Gleba to the point where I feel like I can I don't need to stare at it intently all the time going, why are you broken this time? Because it sort of mostly kind of works. I've got enough fruit. I was going to say I've got enough fruit coming in. I haven't. I've chewed through all of my... this one. But some more has just arrived. So yeah. We appear to have some Yumako issues. So I take it all back. Gleba is not at a point where I can safely ignore it and look away, because it is probably just going to go boing and break spectacularly. But we do have a lot of Yumako mash coming through when it's running, so we've got that going for us, I suppose. Now all of that's getting eaten to make more bioflux because we're running a bit low on that. That's fine, which then gets turned into nutrients. Again, fine. It's basically the system waking itself back up again after being in a bit of a struggle position. Actually, there's some stuff down here. There's no fruit pulp. There's no fruit pulp until I get right down here. So that's quite a big gap. But the nutrients, it seems to be running fairly well. Yeah. Okay. It's about to run out again. Oh, but we're unloading again, so that's not too big a gap. I don't want to put in another Yumako farm. I've got 3 of them already, and that seems excessive. But I mean, I could. Actually, there's quite a lot of space around here for good. There's some good farming space down here. Are you guys all running properly? Looks like it. They're all growing, but not too grown. So yeah, I think these are all working. Yeah, there we go. That one's harvesting. That one's harvesting. Bop, like that. This one has got lots of plants that are fairly close to harvest ready. So I think it is all working. It's just that there's quite a lot of demand, basically. Maybe the answer is to put in another one of these down, perhaps here, and start farming even more. I'll put one in and start thinking about it at least. Then we'll need a system for feeding the seeds in and taking the fruit away. So I'll need to patch into this tangle up here somehow. Or possibly into this one, but that's all the way over on the side, so that's difficult. I think I'll just drop that in and not actually do anything with it. I probably should, shouldn't I? All right, all right, I will. So I'll take a copy of this. All of that goes here. And then up here we have our we have an insert and out, input and output. This is the output. So I'll put another one of these in like that. And then I guess we'll go like this. And the input, we need another splitter here. And the belt running down like that. There we go. So now this isn't actually going to do very much at all. It'll get power from that, but it's not going to be able to plant anything. So I need some Yamako landfill. Oh, we don't get as much as I was hoping, but fine. We'll do what we can. Do what we must because we can. This is, yes, artificial Yamako soil. Good. So I mean, this is probably about half the amount of stuff I would get if I'd put it in an ideal place. But you know, it's probably reasonable. Maybe down here would have been a bit better actually. Oh well, never mind. I can potentially put in another one later when I feel that if I feel I'm still got a shortage of it. Yeah. Oh, crikey! I was going to say there's a lot of it's come out, but no, it's all just going to pour into the train now, isn't it? There's a lot of room in a train for a lot of Yamako. Are we actually going to fill the train? Wow. Yeah, full train. Gosh. How much Yamako is that? 2,000. Item count. Yamako. Greater than or equal to 2,000. There we go. Get rid of that. So it'll leave if it fills up or if it's been there for 30 seconds. That makes sense. Now I can bring all that down here and unload it. And we'll find that, yeah, we've used it all up again. But we've got a full train load this time. That's got to count for something, right? That should go. Surely that's going to be enough to keep the system happy for the time it takes the train to clear off and come back again. I don't want to have to put a second train in. That seems ridiculous. Okay, yeah, it is still running. We hadn't quite run out over there before it stopped. Before the new lot arrived. Wow, 2,000 Yamako, and it's only coming along this far along the belt. Okay, I'm underestimating just how much fruit I'm getting through. That's crazy. At least the train is now leaving slightly more quickly when it fills up with fruit. That's valuable. Over here, let's do the same on this one. I assume you fill up to, yeah, you also fill up to 2,000. Cargo? No. Item count, that's the one. And this one's jelly nut. Jelly nut. Greater than or equal to 2,000. Okay, so again, this one, if it manages to fill up when it gets up there, it will immediately unload. Sorry, it will immediately depart as soon as it fills up rather than waiting the full 30 seconds. And looking at the amount of fruit there is sitting on these belts, I think that's quite likely. So, still an iron problem down here because of the calcite problem. I don't really know what to do about that. We're requesting it, and any ships in orbit will be trying to provide it, but there isn't really very much of that. I guess I'm going to have to build some sort of massive, long, sweeping ship that will just gather absolutely everything it can, convert it all into calcite, and drop it down onto this planet. Because as is, we don't have enough calcite to keep the iron smelting running, and that is a problem. We do have enough to keep the copper going though, which is nice. So at least it's only one of our metals we're short of, and it comes through in sufficiently burstily that when it does come through, it gets past the iron smelters and fills up the belt here, so the copper ones do get some. So that's actually quite nice. Yes, kind of appreciate that. And yeah, we're making some blue science. Meanwhile, on the Norvis, we can see that we've run out of some things. I don't even know what. Oh, we've run out of iron for making the engines. Okay, so the blue science has stopped. The grey science might. The blue. Okay, we've got a little bit of grey trickling through over here. Let's switch back over to doing the railgun shooting speed, because that'll use up some of the grey science packs, and that'll mean we'll pull them through out of here, and then well. Actually, we still need to pull all the blue ones through as well. So, is this still making grey? No, the grey production stopped as well. We've run out of basically everything. Okay, fine. There's a chest there with an unknown amount of red ammunition in it. 1600 red ammo. Do not want. And I've run out of... Oh, no, don't do that. I've run out of stone bricks again, or a still. One or the other. Pull up all of that, and all of that, and that, and that, and that, and that to replace it on them. And then down here, these are the belts coming out from the red and the blue and the grey science. The blue is still sitting there. Are we not using blue for this? We are using blue for this, so we'll churn through that a little bit. Most of my ships don't have production problems because they're moving. They're generally moving through space. So if we look at, I don't know, the Tango, since it's on its way somewhere. Okay, it's a tiny ship, but as it's flying along, it's encountering rocks. It's mincing them. It's grabbing whatever it needs as it goes. The Kirk is probably going to be the same, it's slightly bigger. It's able to shred the rocks and grab whatever it needs. So these supplies aren't any good. Oh, satellites. Yeah, okay. Yeah, my satellites. The no, not you. Spaceface over here. I've kind of not quite done the same thing, but I've got collectors here, all the way around the bottom. Some more over here, just because originally it was pretty much this spaceship was basically this area here. Although without the foundries and probably without these cargo bays actually. And then I started wanting more. I needed calcite on the ground in significant quantities, so I started shipping that. So I put this area in to grab more of it and started shipping it down. Then I started to need more white science, so I put in all of this, which is now gathering. Is now making white science. But in order to do that, I needed a lot more ice, so I put in a lot more ice catching as well. And this does seem to be sufficient. We've got a quantity of calcite in here that we're not dropping down. We've got plenty of white science as well, which we are currently using at the moment, but not in large enough quantities to need to drop massive amounts of it down frequently. So yeah, some expansion was required, and if I was designing this from scratch, I would obviously do it very, very differently. But this was my first space platform. Or at least this bit here was my first space platform, and then it expanded a little bit. But yeah, I think I need to make another one, so not remotely like this, but this sort of general idea, and with one engine on the back of it, so it can limp its way very, very slowly over to Gleba, and then start dropping calcite down. And I think that's going to be a project for Monday, because it's a little bit late now to start something like that. What I can do though is keep an eye on how I'm hauling my science packs through over here. How's the blue doing? Still quite a lot of it left to go. Okay, well, I need to pull all that through before I can start really using it from here. I could do some shenaniganery with belts and splitters and so on, but I can't be bothered, to be honest. I noticed conveniently I've got the blue and the grey the same way round on these two belts, so that's handy. That's going to make it a little bit easier to plumb it in here. I don't have to wait for it to get all the way down to the splitter before I switch over, so that's quite nice. Oh, we're not sciencing. We've run out of pink sciences. Interesting. What's your problem? You're waiting for science packs. Okay. Oh, that's jammed. too many copper cables by the looks of it. Okay, well, let's trash some copper cables. Tier 3 copper cables specifically. There we go. So that can start working again. And now we can go, why are you broken? Because you've run out of supercapacitors. Why have you run out of supercapacitors? Because you've run out of green circuits. Huh. Okay, well, having this churning, there we go, there's some green circuits coming through. So that's kind of fixed it. It was because this jammed up. Yeah. Oh, well. Right. Let's do a different science then. Since we can't do anything with pink science, let's do rocket fuel productivity. That'd be quite nice to have. Can't do railgun shooting speed. Can do these. That's fine. Yeah, but let's do rocket fuel productivity. Use up some Gleben science, since we're bringing it all the way over here at great expense. And there we go. Oh, actually, okay. So the science wasn't dead for all that long. It's been running flat out most of the time. It was only out for 5 minutes or so. That'll ramp up nice and quick, because all of those science packs should be in the machines already. So one of the things I'm going to have to do fairly soon, I think, is upgrade all of these inserters across here and these ones here that are unloading the science packs onto the belt up to stack inserters, so we can get more science flowing around the belt here, and then I can put in 5 times as many labs. It can go out to don't know where. About 5 times, but have a lot more science happening, a lot more labs running off here, and all of these inputs will be carrying 5 times as much. So that will allow me to take a big step forwards in the amount of science I'm able to do. The question is, at that point, I'll then start to find supply issues. Like, I'm pretty sure the purple science won't be able to keep up, because that's traditionally a problem. And at the moment, it is stopped because we are. Oh yeah, we're not making rail because we don't have any stone, because of that patch there. So up here, oh, actually, I can put in a mine now, like this. Let's go across, yeah, from about here. Gap, and from here. Do I want another row? Probably. How far will how far does the electricity reach? Okay, so I can get that row, but I can't get. Fine. So put these in here, so I don't have to use quite as much landfill. Will they cover down? No, they won't cover the whole patch. So I'll still need to put in a couple more there. And then we have the fun of trying to get electricity to everything. So if I put one of these in here, that gets most of them. If I upgrade that to be one of these, that's again most of them. If I move that to there, yes, it requires 1 piece of landfill, but that's only 1 piece. And that's going to get all of the drills, except that that's no longer going to get power, so I need to put in a thing up there. And then I can have belts coming out of here like this, and this, and this. Oh wait, it needs to go all the way across here. I do need a bit more landfill. Okay, three blue belts coming out. Goodness knows how full they'll be. Let's put another roundabout in. Give me that. Put another roundabout in there. And I can have some straight rail thing. Or do I want that? Or should I just go straight through the middle of that copper patch? How big is the copper patch? It's only 2.4 million. Let's not worry about the copper patch. Let's take some rail and just go straight across to here. And then put turnaround on the end. Whoop, boop, boop, like that. And turn around to get signals too. And then I'll need a pickup station. Ideally a stone pickup station, that'd be good. Here's one. take that, and there should be some upgrades to this. This will all go up to blue belts because I'm done with messing around with slower stuff. So we can put this in down here like that. Yeah, that seems reasonable. And I'll do an upgrade to blue for everything. Boop, like that. And then I can just link these belts in like this. I think I need another roboport. So there, and then roboports, robogrid. Why have I got these through? Oh, because it's part of the railway system, of course. So that is going to have coverage for the whole thing. So that's fine. I also don't know why I've got this pipe here. That must have just been part of the thing I copied. Same with that pylon. Get rid of these through here. I've got a spare belt going in there. That's fine. Got a random roboport here. Let's not have that. I do want to have power to my station though. Put that there. And I think I want to have a cable running all the way along here. Like this. Oh. So if I do that, then I can see what's in the station. And did I link all those together? I think something funny. Yes, I did. I can check what's in the station. And I can activate the station when there's a certain amount of stone available. So we can say I want to, when there's stone. How much is it going to train? It's going to be 2,000 per wagon, isn't it? So it's going to be 8,000. So let's say if stone is enabled when stone is greater than 10,000. And let's do the same on the other one. So if I copy that, I should be able to just paste that in over the top of, where is it? This one. Don't need that pylon though. I don't seem to have got all my red cables, but never mind, I can still do that. And I can say, I want you to enable when, okay, there we go. So I've got the setting in there. It's only got 1,000 in there at the moment, which is pathetic. So go to stone drop, clear off. This mine is basically dead, but it does have 200. It does actually no. It still has 27 train loads. It has more than that. It's lots of train loads in there. It's just going to be very slow because it's kind of small and pathetic. So I'll leave it running, and it can activate every so often, and a train will go there if it's active because it's closer. Might as well. But this one up here is going to become the main stone supply for my factory. At least once it gets all its belts in place. And that one. Oh, and all its electricity in place as well. That'd be good. Fine, do that. Minor teething problems. And we're up to almost 5,000 stone already, and that's none of it's running. Well, most of it's not really running properly yet. So yeah, okay, that's gonna fix the stone supply issue for a while. Has that given it enough time to pull all the blue science through? It has. Excellent. So I can remove that, and now that means I can turn that round and it fits into there. And I was going to say I could upgrade it to blue as well, but I don't think there's any real need. Okay, so that can pull that through, and I can now go through and delete the rest of this belt, just to be tidy, so it doesn't cause me confusion and headaches later. There we go. Get rid of all of that. That might have caused a bit of a... Oh no, it hasn't actually managed to cause a dip in the science yet. That's good. Hopefully it won't at all. It'll just keep running merrily along. Yeah, so it's coming in a little bit slowly at the moment, because it's coming in on a yellow belt, but the rate it's required to pull through into the labs means that's absolutely fine. The yellow belt is more than fast enough, as you can clearly see here. By the way, it's just all pouring in and not being used up at all. So yeah, that's now good. We've got the blue and the grey science coming in. That's so the rocket coming over, the ship coming over from Vulcanus is doing what it should. If we take a look at that one, the Vulcanus one, which was, I've forgotten which one it is, it's the Tango. That's back over at Vulcanus now, trying to fill up with, what's it short of? It's not. It needs another 1,000 military science, which is being made slowly. Is it the stone? Yes, there is basically no stone coming in. Thing is, if we're not using any metal, we're not going to be using any stone. And if the factory isn't doing anything, it's not going to be using any metal up. So, yeah. That's weird. I was not expecting to have a shortage of stone on Vulcanus. I've been throwing so much of it away, either turning it into landfill and sending it off to Gleba, or just literally chucking it into the lava fields to dispose of it, that to now suddenly have a shortage of stone seems very, very strange. But them's the breaks. That's how it goes, I guess. I don't know why these drills haven't been made. Presumably we have a shortage of something that's needed for them. Oh, we're churning through some copper at least over here. So that's going to be producing a bit of, that's presumably the bit of stone that's being produced here. Where are my drills being made? Here. And there's 498. 498? What? Okay, I decided that 500 was a good number of drills to have, apparently. Okay. But why have these not got built? I don't see it. Oh, they're outside Roboport range. My Roboports are... There's a gap. Okay. I have not been doing the Roboport grid properly on this planet, or many, many other planets. The theory is that with this grid, I can just drop Roboports in and I'll get complete coverage of absolutely everything. But they do sometimes get in the way, so yeah, I guess that's why I've fluffed around with it a little bit. Right, it is now tomorrow, so I think this is probably a good time to think about ending the stream. How are things getting on? Yeah, I think things have gone quite well today. I've produced green. Did I do green science? No, I did green science on here last time. But I've done grey science over here, which was a surprisingly large effort, a surprisingly large set of pile of stuff. Did the blue science on Gleba, which is quite satisfying, at least when it works, and it has now filled up, so it is working well enough. So now, as long as the calcite is capable of allowing the iron to keep up with the occasional bursts of demand, this is going to be absolutely fine. So yeah, pretty happy with that. And then back over on Norvis, I've managed to then fiddle things around. So we're now pulling in far more of the science pack types from space, which means they've been moved off Norvis, which means I'm not getting through as much of any of the resources over here as I was before. Interesting. This robo area is now split off from all of the others. Let's fix that while I'm looking at it. So we have put a roboport in there. It's not on the grid. Well, none of the other. Oh, that one's on the grid, but that one isn't at all. And I have a very sad coal power production system over here. Oh, are these pulling in? Yes, these are pulling in trees from... So I'll leave that there because it's a way of getting rid of wood. Yeah, so the factory is ticking over nicely, as you can tell, by with the science production the science is running at a very nice steady speed. It's not particularly fast, but it's steady, and that's an important first step. I'm not running out of anything right now, although I have run out of something. What are we short of? Oh yeah, of course, it's the purple science. If we're looking here, yes, the pink science. The pink science is currently a problem because, well, let's have a quick look at Fulgora. Things are ticking over now. We've got the pink sciences being produced slowly. We've got a third of a rocket full over there, so we can leave this running and it'll eventually basically be okay. But yes, this is going to need massive expansion if I want to be able to run all of my sciences at full speed. So that's the 7 per second is definitely not happening down here. Even if these had all of their inputs, which they don't, we'd still only be producing about 2/3 per second, slightly less than. Maybe roughly half. Call it half per second. This needs to be 14 times faster to keep me fully satisfied. And if I'm going to start doing lots of these research productivity science researches, they use basically everything, and so I'm going to want to have, so that's going to need absolutely everything in order to be able to churn through those. But yeah, things are basically kind of okay at the moment. So plans for next time. Well, Fulgora is still high on the list. Coming out here, rebuilding this to produce yellow science and also to produce the pink science a bit faster and to produce blue circuits a bit faster as well. All of those things are things that I want to do with Fulgora, because at the moment we've got the brain is sat here waiting for pink science. We've got Spaceship 3 sat here waiting for nothing. That's just sitting there, and we've got this one sitting here waiting for blue circuits. So yeah, there's quite a lot of there's a lot of demand for blue circuits here, and I feel like there should be other stuff coming out of Fulgora, but I'm not quite sure what off the top of my head. So I'll be upgrading that. It sounds like I might not need to make a calcite ship for Gleba. That's not Gleba. That's Gleba, because we do now have enough calcite on this planet. Let's put that request up a bit. Just so we can bring a bit more in and have a bit more stockpiled here. At the moment we have 30, but you know, it's a start. But at least now we have enough to keep the iron ticking over as and when it's required. So we're refilling the buffer here, at least until a load of blue science gets taken away and suddenly we start to use loads of it. So yeah, it looks like maybe I don't need to produce a ship to come over here and sit in orbit, dropping large quantities of calcite down. So I think the next thing to go and do is going to be Fulgora, and then after that, well, I'll have all of my planets working quite nicely. So I might need to expand purple science on Norvis as well, actually. But other than that, once all of that's working, the next thing to do is to go out and try and build a ship that can get out to the solar system edge without dying horribly. So that's going to mean building up some railgun turrets as opposed to just the portable railgun I've been running around with. So this thing, all of those things are basically on Aquilo, so I'm going to be doing it there. I think I have most of those things being brought in relatively small quantities at the moment, so that's not too bad. Might need to increase production of some stuff, especially the superconductors, but that's another Fulgora thing. So that's good. Getting some railgun turrets, building up a nice big ship that can then brave going out to the solar system edge, and then maybe even to the shattered planet is going to be my my next things. And and the Promethean science packs as well. I don't know how to make those because I don't have any Promethean at the moment, or Promethium, presumably Promethium. So I think that's going to be something that comes from way out here, but we'll find out when we get there. Actually, I could probably find out by looking in the Factoriopedia. Solar system edge. No, just lots of big rocks. And if you get out to the shattered planet, then you can get some huge Promethium asteroids. So I'll head out there and see how things go. Make some sort of particularly large ship, and then see if I can do what Zironi was bragging about earlier. Probably take another couple of weeks, I imagine, to get to that point. But we shall see how things go. Right, so thank you very much everyone who's been watching. It's been good to do an extra stream, even if Fridays don't seem to be quite as popular for watching as some of the other days. But thank you everyone who's been here. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. I'll be back on Monday as normal at 7:30 PM UK time, and so I hope I shall see you then. Good night everyone, I'll see you then. Thanks, Nogard. I'll see you on Monday.